doesn't mind how much you leave them alive. Everything that breathes has to die. Union leads to severance. The body is a residence, temporarily rented, so easily evicted. To love is to lose. Everything that breathes has to die. To love is to lose. It's just a matter of time, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time, it's just a matter of time. To love is to lose. To love is to lose. It keeps you warm. It keeps you warm at night. But if it breathes, it has to die. Union leads to severance. The body is a residence, temporarily rented, so easily evicted. To love is to lose. It's just a matter of time, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time, it's just a matter of time. To love is to lose. To love is to lose.
Okay. Hey, Kim. How's it going?
Good morning. Sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second there. Hello, everyone. Hi,
Hi.
Gerald and Janet.
All right. Garly. Sandra is here.
Excellent. Hi, Sandra.
Sandra's had posted some good pictures of the lakes up there. I don't even know which lake is which. Oh, Janet is here. Hi, Janet.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Bright and early, huh?
It is, and it's raining.
Raining. Oh, it's beautiful and perfect and sunny here. Um, so I see Gerald. Always good to see Gerald. Funny guy. Hi,
Those pics were from Lake Michigan,
Lake
on the,
Michigan.
yeah, on the
Yeah,
Michigan side, because, Michigan got the sand and unfortunately Wisconsin got the rocks, although I do think they have some sandy beaches, but I don't know if they're man-made or not, but yeah, we got some nice beaches. I
yes,
haven't been back. Yeah,
I actually have been on Lake Michigan, yeah, on that Wisconsin, Chicago side.
yep, yeah,
And so I actually know something about Lake Michigan. I get confused with Superior and Erie and all the
yep,
others, and I start getting confused. But then there's the Great Lakes of Africa that I think is awesome. I think every
yeah.
continent has Great Lakes.
Well, one good piece of news from the Great Lakes yesterday was, that, I'm trying to find it, that infrastructure money to clean up this river basin, just to keep Lake Michigan cleaner and stuff. So I was glad to see that, if it's worth it stuff. But
Oh,
That's
yeah,
absolutely.
that's been.
Absolutely.
Have you ever been swimming in it, Sandra, or any of the Great
absolutely.
Lakes?
Yes. Only
Okay,
Michigan. Only Michigan.
but it
I
must have
don't.
been cold.
Yeah, well, when we used to swim in it, sometimes it'd be kind of, you'd have to get used to it, right? Because you're in the high 60s probably. When it gets its best temperature, it might be 60, or it might be 70, 72. But it was usually pretty easy getting used to. We did a lot of rock hunting, so we'd look on the little beach stones and find Petoskey stones and whatnot. But yeah, it was a nice vacation. I haven't been back in 5 years though. We used to go every year. I just wanted to stop paying for it for a few years, and then, but yeah, Lake Michigan's got some super pretty beachfront properties that are mostly staying. I mean, they're still going to be affected by climate, and they've had some fall into the water. They've had some, beach erosion and stuff like that. But as it goes, we'll just sort of see what happens. But I love Michigan as a sort of a climate retreat. I know it won't be spared, but at least we're further north and it's not such horrible heat, and we got a lot of water so around us, so, and underneath us. So I'm pleased about that with Michigan.
Well, the environmental movement existed way before the climate movement. Um, Matter of fact, I'm not sure any of us really think of the climate movement as anything before 2019 and Greta Thunberg. But certainly the 1962 or whatever it was with Rachel Carson, the articles in the New Yorker about the DDT really started the environmental movement, at least in America. 72 degrees is what, 23 or something Celsius. We got the Canadians, people from the UK. I'm not
I can
sure.
never, I can never do
Yeah,
that math fast. I'm like,
you
okay,
can't.
what does that mean again? How much is
Yeah.
40C? 40C is what, 80 something?
Well, yeah,
No.
40, yeah, 102, 104. The Sandra is a political refugee, right? She's a Democrat, blue wave, let's vote Harris 24/7. So I go
Ex
partic yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to add, I'm also, you guys probably already know this. I'm also really, I'm a retired engineer. I got into mindfulness and meditation and sort of had a kind of a really good uh, clarity on with compassion for the earth. And I mean, you really develop this relationship with the earth and the everything, like the trees and the rocks and the planet and everything. And so that drives me to be more active in this movement now. So
Yeah, and we
yeah.
have Janet right here, who's literally our specialist on mindfulness, thick meditation, you name
Oh,
it. Yeah,
good. That's nice.
so
Yeah.
she says it's raining in Oregon, so the vibe might.
Oh, it's sunny today and it'll be sunny tomorrow. It's really nice weekend. So we might hit the cider mill and then
Hallelujah.
get some donuts and
Same,
stuff.
same here, Sandra. It's beautiful weather here, sun shining. Well,
Oh,
at least
good.
it's not snowing
Yep.
in Oregon, Janet. At least not yet.
Well, our winters are typically wet anyway. I mean, if it's not raining, you're not breathing is basically the motto for winter here. So
Yeah,
I think I've been reading that we're going to have a slightly above normal temperature winter, which means that doesn't mean it's going to be all rainy like the northwest,
yeah.
but we'll probably have less snow this year.
Well, it was funny listening to Jim Massa last night in Fairbanks, Alaska, talking about the snow. That it was snowing over there and it was just around freezing. He said usually at this time of year it's about 0 Fahrenheit or whatever that is, minus 15 Celsius. But yeah.
Our mountains, the Cascades got snow last weekend, but I'm hoping that we do get snow this winter because a lot of our mountains like Hood and Rainier and Helens, they don't have a snow cap anymore, and that's kind of disheartening to see.
The Rockies certainly are a serious mountain range. Not quite like the White Mountains or the Green Mountains or the Adirondacks. The Rockies are the second biggest mountain range in the world.
Yeah, and we have the Cascades over here as well.
These geographies and the land and the names, that can all unite us. That all is valuable. It's
Alex,
yes.
can I ask you how you're feeling? You've made it to your 100th space as host of the Climate Crisis Club.
It's amazing.
Good job,
I've hosted 99 of them,
Yay.
and Wilson hosted one, and he's not feeling well today. I had absolutely no intention of getting here. It really, in the beginning, was not the plan, and it's been a wild success, and it just keeps going. I never intended to be a social media influencer. I do have that New York City chutzpah, so I can easily just pretend like I know what I'm doing at all times, and that comes in very handy. I did say to Joel one day, "What are we going to do when we're interviewing superstars?" And he just said, "You just treat them like everybody else." I think it's great progress, and mainly I'm very touched that the environmentalists have welcomed me so warmly. I'm just not on the same level of environmentalism. I'm really into human rights, but I don't get a welcome over there. So I'm very happy to be welcomed by the environmentalists. And my mom really was environmentalist. She really loved the land as an artist. She loved to look at the sea, and she really felt that love, deep, deep love for the land and nature. She really was the environmentalist. So she taught me a lot. I grew up in a big city, and I really cared about human rights. But it's not much of a transition, and it helps me in my job here, whatever that facilitator, moderator, administrator, whatever the hell I'm doing. My little bit of emotional remove from the environmental scene helps me. It helps me cope doing this job. So we have Oliver. He's been to the second most of these things after me. He's clearly the heart and soul, along with Kim. And Here we are. We made it to 100. Odds are 50-50. We'll make it to 200. And we will see what happens.
Good morning, Oliver.
Hi, hiya. Sorry, I'm eating a biscuit.
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 Yeah, the dog did not perk up his ears. No interest.
Yeah, of course.
Sound
It's good to
asleep.
be here. Anyway, I'm early for a change.
Yeah,
Morning.
a lot of
Like me.
excitement today. It's not a boring normal meeting here.
No.
Hey Nick, how's it going?
Yeah,
Hi,
right.
Nick.
Welcome.
Hi, Nick.
Hello.
Yeah, Nick has been to an awful lot of these too. Nick has been to you've been to 82 of these, Nick.
Mm.
That's good.
Good.
Let's make it 100.
Backing them up. Yeah. Mm.
He's
I got
representing
Oliver
his
down.
generation.
Oliver's down for 97.
Mm.
I remember one clearly you just couldn't log in at all. That
No.
wasn't so. Maybe twice you missed for outings or something.
One, I was
Yeah.
exhausted.
One you were
And one-
exhausted.
Yeah, I'm quite tired now. Sandy's coffee house is very great for me, but I love it. It's great.
Oh, the coffee house
great
is good.
sort of
Yeah,
counterfoil, isn't
we've got to figure out how to get it
Mm.
10 times as many viewers and excitement and
Oh, it's
attention.
lost the connection.
Lost the connection already. Amazing.
Are they still cleaning up after that hurricane?
Now, which hurricane is that? Milton?
The one that literally destroyed like half of South Carolina or Florida or whatever, like all that.
Yes. Yeah, that'll take years.
Why
to finish.
aren't they
Yeah.
talking about it anymore?
Oh, well, the news has to
Because
make
that's
money.
what.
No, I
let me
know
answer
it's
this,
still
Alex.
happening, but I mean, it's like, did they
No,
just forget about it?
Alex, hold on. Listen, this is normal. This happens after every storm. I survived Andrew. It took 4 days to get people in. After 2 days, they stopped talking about it nationally. Okay. And I would have vendors call me while we're in disaster recovery mode, and they'd start selling me they want a meeting for some shit. And I would say, you do realize we just had a hurricane 3 months ago, right? And he thought it was over because obviously it left the press. It's
That's
not over.
terrible. That
It's
is
not over.
absolutely
And
terrible.
I know, Yep.
Important point.
but they're in my heart,
Important
and
point.
I keep in touch with those.
Very
Yeah.
important point about human nature when it comes to any kind of alert or disaster.
I don't think that's human nature.
Oh,
I
it
think
is.
that's just greed.
No, it's human nature as well. The idea of having a disaster and moving on very quickly and forgetting about it is the problem. Part of the problem we're all in. It's because people forget everything. The memory is so short that we're in trouble because of that. We have to make the memories longer. I don't know how you do it, but we have to do it.
I think we've been
Mm.
we have been so focused on moving forward. We just move forward and we don't really care. That's the point. Like
Yeah, that's it.
we need
That's it.
to
Part
we
of it.
need to stop trying to just focus on ourselves and focus on helping others.
There's a good point there
Yeah,
about we're so fixed on progress and development and the surge
Yeah.
forward. We're so fixed on that, fixated by it that we cannot stop and look around us. Yeah, we can learn. We could learn.
Well, we
I know
do
who
have
we can learn.
have PTSD, the PTSD where we can't let go of the memories. I don't see any news about Milton in this Washington Post. Janet, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I know that there's still a lot of cleanup effort in the Asheville, North Carolina area because I have a lot of friends and clients that are there. And one of actually
Your
two of
son's
my
there?
sons went
Two?
to clean there for like 2 weeks. So there is a lot happening there. The thing is to allow the press in sometimes and to allow all of that extra chaos sort of slows the process down because you have to be careful too because it's total devastation.
Yeah, and that
I just
Yeah.
want to. I just want to add to Janet because hurricanes are very personal to me. let me give you an example. After Hurricane Andrew, the area had generated 30 years of garbage, of trash. By the time they scooped all the debris up and loaded them into big trucks and took them over to the place where the Army Corps of Engineers created these giant burn pits, okay, which for 3 days didn't work right, and that filth was in the air, but then they cleaned it up, and it took 2 years to burn all that garbage. So there's a lot of things involved in recovering from a hurricane. So
Yeah.
takes a long
It
time.
is
Yeah,
fun.
I
to
think-
Takes
do.
about 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I've been through about 5 major ones. I lived in North Carolina for 25, 26 years. So you do have to get a rhythm with it. And once your area is used to doing it, they have a lot of those things in place where they just jump in and there's a rhythm that starts happening once FEMA gets in and they start getting the materials
Yep.
that they need. So
Yep.
it's not so much that the press has forgotten about it. I just think in certain areas of the United States, when you get a rhythm and flow with these storms, you just kind of go with what you know.
Yeah, I want to add one last thing, and Janet, thank you. But oh God, did I just forget it? Yeah, they take a long time to clean up. It's a scar, it's in landscape. The mountains look really. There's a lot of trees just completely down and stripped bare of their bark in the mountains. If you've seen those pictures, which is very sad because they're going to have to be removed or whatever. But yeah, I forgot what I was going to add, so I'll just kind of sneak away. Thanks.
Yeah. Sandra it's been a month of Spaces, and she's just completely a natural. Just fits right in. And she and I and Mike often are holding court during the week talking to politics. I think it's intriguing what Oliver was saying about the instantly fading memories, mass media's pursuit of the dollar, and then the PTSD, where we remember 30 years ago, like it was 10 minutes ago, intensely in full. It's not called Tetracolor, but Technicolor. The thing Julian said last week about the manta shrimp that sees in like 14 more dimensions than we do, has so many more dimensions of receptors. What is its vision like? And a billion issues here with so many good people. We started, Kim and Oliver and I started we started chatting in Dr. Mann's threads, and Dr. Val was literally like, go get a room. And this enterprise has all grown, and we are still going with the same concepts. Melody co-hosted 31 times, knows all our company lines and what we're about here, reforesting and the green culture. And what can these spaces do? What can social media do? What are these digital friends?
I'd like to say something. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Hear you good.
Good.
Very clear. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I've been crashed out of the space 3 times. So as you noticed, you had to keep pulling me back up. But besides the technical irritations, my community is completely flattened from Hurricane Helene, and we feel like old news. In fact, there is absolutely no construction going on right now, no demolition, nothing. You can't hear a machine anywhere. And this is a Saturday. It's like they're treating it like it's not an emergency anymore. And yet my post office is condemned again. It's been condemned twice. And so there's mail that belongs to me that is important insurance documents, important FEMA documents, and packages of supplies I need are in my post office, which is condemned. And it's not news. that's not news. Maybe the purpose of spaces like this is to remember that that news does continue. When a 1,000 year storm event occurs, yeah, we're going to be affected for a good 30 or 40 years. I'm definitely going to be under construction for a year, 12 whole months to reconstruct our property. And part of the struggle is, they give me the money in little drips and drabs. Oh, well, here's reimbursement for your microwave. Oh, here's your reimbursement for your destroyed lawnmower. So in little drips and drabs. And then meanwhile, what do I need to pay for? I need to pay for a roof. I need to pay for, and my contractor's an angel. He's like, don't worry about the labor, just get the materials delivered. Well, to get a white roof in Georgia is very difficult. Georgia, the roofs are black, and the roofs need to be white because it's hot here. And I use the H word because I don't care if it hails today. Anyway, the roof materials have to come from California, way out west. They make the Arctic white and Shasta white roofing materials that I need. And it's going to take, I need to order them right away, and I can't because, here's reimbursement for your computer, nothing. Give me the roof material money and let me get on my back on my horse. And they're not considering the because I don't want I don't want a microwave oven if I don't have a roof to protect it. Got it? So I don't want anything. And I don't want my contents. I don't want anything replaced. I want a roof. I want a roof and a door I can lock. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Well, I do see, the news is that Georgia is one of the best places to survive an alien invasion, in the Augusta Chronicle. I'm reading that article. Savannah
yeah.
Morning News. Yeah.
I'm sure they paid for a study.
Yeah, Georgia came in 10th. According to Rank Casino, the 10 states most likely to survive a alien invasion: Virginia, Alabama, Minnesota, Massachusetts, New York,
We came in
Florida.
number 47 as most difficult to vote.
Well,
Easiest to vote. Number 47 down the list.
boy.
Texas and Alabama are after us. Texas,
Wow.
Mississippi, and Alabama, it's a little trickier to vote, but Georgia, number
Yeah, that's
47.
actually a relevant statistic. Who's most likely to survive alien invasion? Nevada is the least likely, by the way. I don't know, Melody. This is our country, our world. And God bless you for keep trying. You've always just kept trying, no matter what the situation was.
That's true.
Yeah, and the white roof is exactly what we're talking about. That is thinking. It's a hot state. It's a hot city. In the summer, it's very, very hot. A white roof makes a lot of sense. Jim in Alaska, it doesn't make any sense.
Hi,
I wanted to
Melody.
pop in and say, I support my queen. I saw her. She was in Turkey.
Turkey. Wow.
Protesting the Armenian genocide.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Kim?
Hi, Melody. I hope things continue to improve for you, and you're in our hearts and minds for sure. It shouldn't be that hard, and it just shows that we're not really adapting to this new normal, which is fueled by climate change. I just wanted to ask, you're saying that they'll reimburse you for the microwaves and your roof. Will they reimburse you for the nature that has fallen, for all the trees that are gone?
Oh gosh, no. I have no place to put my eyes. My eyes have no place to look that is restful. Everything I see from every angle is destruction. And
Yeah.
the squirrels and the birds are trying to rebuild on like people's roofs and on the top of machinery and on top of trash piles because there are no trees for them to build into. There's still a lot of leaves and junk for them to build nests out of, but that's going to be gone too. There's no more
Wow.
trees.
There's no
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
trees for the, wow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I live in
Yeah,
Forest
when the-
Hills. I live in Forest Hills neighborhood of Augusta, Georgia, which is one of the big cities in the United States that has the most tree cover, and it's a gorgeous city. As long as it's fall, winter, or early spring, it's a gorgeous city. Otherwise, it's too warm. But it's one of the greenest cities in all of the United States, and I'm in Forest Hills neighborhood, which is one of the most forested neighborhoods in the most forested city in the United States, and there's no trees.
Oh my goodness. Well, I've been to Savannah, Georgia many years ago, and I was, impressed and in awe of all the oaks that were lining the streets
Yes.
there. Is that similar to where you live or was
Yeah,
similar?
I have a beautiful swamp laurel oak in front, and it looks like I'm going to lose about a third of it. Has to come down. It was
Wow.
damaged. Yeah, it was damaged. I didn't want it cut. It was damaged, but I can see that the crack is getting bigger and the squirrels aren't helping. There's 3 different squirrel families fighting over the notch in the tree and making the crack bigger. And so I have to get my tree cut down to where it will be about a third the size that it was. And that tree has, how many times, Brother Alex, how many times have I told you I am only alive today because I'm sitting in the shade of my swamp laurel oak tree? He's heard me say that.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the tree I'm losing.
The city is named after Princess Augusta of Saxe-Gotha, the mother of George III, the English king. And I want to hear from Janet, though. Hi.
Thanks, Alex.
Sure.
Melody, too. I think part of the problem, at least I know what's happening in Asheville and in North Carolina, is we have to start addressing insurance companies. The insurance industry is just making money hand over fist. And then when it comes to these types of situations where people are truly in need, like you need a roof, they keep saying, the adjusters need time to get out there. The adjusters need to get material quote. Well, I have a friend here that our ice storm last year, she's 14 months into still waiting for her insurance to pay on her house damage for a tree going through it. So I think too that insurance plays a part.
Oh, for sure. And all these industries, I mean, the whole nation moving forward, the whole world moving forward. This over the weeks, you guys know I'm always goofing around with Joel and the Australians. We had a great chat with Dino, and then we've got the Canadians that just permanently seem part of my life. Lots of Canadians here, and then we've got the English, the people in the UK. We have so many Mexican friends, and now the German friends. My thinking is, in the face of crisis, what do? We unite with our allies. We do this. I'm doing this instinctually, talking to Kim and Oliver and Julian, Gerald and everyone. Lee, Jennifer is here. I do this instinctually in times of crisis. I didn't know I did this. Kiptu from the great nation of Kenya, that we start gathering when times get difficult, when we have this extreme crisis and troubles, we gather our allies, and not just the people in our immediate neighborhood, not the people in the village, but the English, the Australians, the Canadians, now the Germans, of course, and of course the Mexicans are great friends. We gather together instinctually in this time of crisis, with the wars and the civil wars, the famines, the diseases, the environmental destruction, the climate crisis. we instinctually do this. This is not an accident. We didn't just happen to run into Kim, run into Robert, run into Gerald and John. This didn't happen by accident. This is what we do as Americans when we start getting worried. Whether it's German fascists or Japanese emperors, whatever the crisis may be, this is how we react. This is the path we take instinctually. We get our allies together. We immediately find the Canadians and the Mexicans our neighbors. We immediately find the English, our English American kind of motherland. We immediately find the Australians, our fellow colonials. This is not an accident that this is happening. This is the setup of the Climate Crisis Club. This is the roots of it. This is what we're doing. Making those alliances, making those coalitions.
I think we're doing what nature does. Nature relies on other parts of nature, and people rely on other people.
Yes.
I know Oliver's reading All We Can Save, and I was reading a bit of it last night. A great book. And she was talking about how the trees, although they compete against one another, they also cooperate with one another, especially in times of need, and they provide water to other trees who they compete for space to perform photosynthesis. So I think that's very interesting, and we definitely need to cooperate right now, just like the trees do.
No doubt. In the material sciences in the 20th century, they were always trying to find new kinds of steel and new kinds of alloys. They were trying to design stuff in the lab. In the 70s, there certainly was that movement to just copying nature. How does an 100-foot tree, a 30-meter tree, how do they deal with 120-mile-an-hour wind? They bend, right? They'll bend 20 feet up top or 30 feet. This is a solution through 300 million, 600 million years of evolution. The tree figured it out. The ecology is literally smarter than we are. The environment has solutions that have taken hundreds of millions or billions of years to come to us. So our little 20-watt brains just can't come up with these big answers, especially if we don't work together. The human society is an ecology. It is behaving according to the same laws as nature's ecologies out there, the same habitat laws. And the more we flow along with that, the easier it is for us. So many of our stresses and strains are because we're simply resisting that ecological path. Let's say good morning to Puppy, also in the Great Pacific Northwest. And I don't know. How's it going, Puppy? How's life? Is it raining?
Yeah, yes. I can't. Is she still
Janet.
there?
Janet disappeared.
Janet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because I wanted to come up and say hi to
Yeah.
her because we live in the same town. And I was thinking about what she said and the creation of bioswales to deal with runoff from the streets. We have our public sewer system. Anyway, I had a dear couple that lived next to me, Jeanette and Mike. She was a painter. He loved music. He couldn't believe why, but he had volunteered and gone to Vietnam at age 19. And towards the end of his life, he was doing qigong and gardening. And they always had classical music going. He had been part of a local, I forget their name, veterans group against wars, wrote plays. Jeanette was a beautiful, wonderful painter, gentle people. Their cats were their children. They had miscarried, were unable to have children. She, an artist, and I think thought of you, Alex, the other day. I think she went to University of Chicago for art, and they wouldn't let them touch a paintbrush till they'd done drafting for 300 hours or something. She taught classes. Anyway, they passed, and it's been sad. But watching the property, whoever came in and bought it, honestly, I haven't met them yet, and I need to get over it. But they kind of did the NIMBY approach to water. Handling water. Jeanette and Mike had a bioswale out front, and I'm sort of downhill from them, and it's an old street. The gutter is unhelpfully up the street and uphill. So I'm on a downhill sloping. Anyway, let's just say now with my property, currently, including today, a river runs through it. And so I actually have a buddy, Refugio, who's coming over today to look at it. And we're trying to drain that water and take our, maybe more than our share of it off the street. But, water here, I remember in 96, we had freezes, rains, and the Willamette River, they had all the computers in the basements. So putting sandbags and doing all this stuff. And my mom at that time was living on this apartment. We'd literally watch like lawn chairs and shit. I mean, the stuff you see with flooding. But so thinking about water, and of course we see these arroyo, these sudden flash events. But so in my own little mini way now, we are going to design a drainage thing, and we're hoping. I mean, I get plenty of water. I've got trees that are huge. I've lived here since '92, but yeah. So we're trying to manage that water and use it. And of course, in my fantasies, I'd put it all in a cistern and have a garden and rainbows and unicorns. But anyway, there are a bunch of us out here who thought of this. I thought about my well-thumbed Whole Earth catalog. Remember those? Back in the day, and maybe we were silly, but my state was also the first state that had a bottle bill at that time. The most expensive political campaign. The distributors and the beverage companies, they didn't want to have us return the bottles and cans and have a deposit. So I know individual solutions aren't all of it, but yes, we've had an environmental club in high school. I still have a picture of me from for the Statesman Journal wearing safety glasses and you're breaking up glass. We were trying to figure shit out, and guess what? Oil interests and big money came in big time, and their influence is why we haven't done shit.
Right. Exactly.
We've tried, and so I had wanted to also speak to Mel. Mel, I'm so sorry what you're going through, and I have a dear friend who I've met on here in the COVID and disease prevention and advocacy space who's in your town too, and who's had a hell of a time. And she describes it that all the trees are down, just pine, oak. I mean, it reminds me of when Mount St. Helens blew here just north of me. We've all seen, not quite the same, but you've seen those aerial photos and those magnificent forests that the trees just look like twigs.
Sure.
But she was saying it's like they all just tipped over. And I was thinking too of here, if we get the Doug firs that are planted, because we like to have them in our yards. Well, groves of sequoias, they have underground mycorrhizal networks and roots. And I mean, they live together, to your point, Alex. They live in groves where they cooperate. They don't live, the sentinel tree in a landscape and a soil that maybe aren't. So part of what I'm doing is, anyway, I have some very large trees that were planted before we lived here that I inherited, and I'm doing my best to figure out their habitat needs, because we've seen around here, if those top heavy Doug fir trees, their root systems in these urban environments aren't that wide, and they're shallow, they just like tip over. So anyway, and we've got probably most. So we're so forested, if you know the city, and lots of parks, whatever. But anyway, and I'll wrap up by saying my friend who lives in Carolina, near the city you mentioned, Asheville, said up there, because they're not used to trees. I mean, that's her thing. It's just like logs. I mean, trees are everywhere, let alone washed out road. And I said at first, that first day, what can we do? And she was like, send chainsaws and oil. But you just think of, and I also lived through what was called the Columbus Day Storm when I was a kid out here in Oregon. And that's, and I just remember the Army Corps of Engineers. I mean, there's back then when they used to care about that stuff, it's a huge public effort on infrastructure. It shouldn't just be down to personal people who have good chainsaw skills, although you need that too. So you brought up, and then the final thing is there's been disinformation. My information from people on the ground is that certainly the workers in those agencies and whatever are doing everything to help. One of my cousin's sons recently relocated to, where is he? Somewhere in northern Florida. And when there was a hurricane, and just hearing him talk about how many days in a row, and of course, crews came from everywhere, but just how much effort it took just to restore the electrical grid in one city. I tell you, we're going to need a bigger boat. At some point, the damage we certainly need to look at infrastructure and all of it.
Yeah.
So the challenges are big, but hey, we got that Whole Earth catalog. We got engineers in here. anyway, so I'm just kind of babbling, but I wanted
Yeah.
to say good morning. And yes, it is raining, and my crew, well, they're coming out here to deal with the drainage. So, hey, it'll be like Exhibit A.
Right,
Anyway,
right.
so if I pop off, that's where I'm going.
That Pacific Northwest forest is beautiful and legendary. And Puppy is a lawyer. We'll get to environmental law at some point where there have been just great and tremendous victories. Actually, my sister-in-law is an environmental lawyer, has been for decades, suing the corporations every day. What do you think, Kim?
Hi, I just, thank you for sharing all that, Puppy. And I just wanted to ask if you could see Mount Baker from where you are, because my father lives in Richmond, BC, and on a clear day we could always see that. And I've always, I just thought it was so beautiful that we could see across, I don't know how far it is, maybe 200 kilometers or something like that, and we could see Mount Baker. So I was just curious if you could see it as well.
Yeah, thanks for asking, Kim. That's in Washington State, in northern Washington State, which is north of me. But I've been up there a lot. I have family up there. And the thing about being here is the Cascade Range and the North Cascades, and Mount Baker's kind of the cheese that stands alone. Those are all ancient volcanic mountains. And the Columbia Gorge was carved when, what was that giant volcano in northeastern Spokane blew up. And then we have Crater Lake. And if you read, if you follow Indigenous culture and history, I mean, it's very powerful. The Columbia Gorge, where the Columbia River comes out of, starts, I don't know, up in Washington. I don't know how long it took for that thing to carve. And when you drive up it, you can just see the granite cliffs. And so, yeah, we tend to get these cinder cone-ish or volcanic shaped mountain peaks. Mount Baker's one of them, kind of the classic mountain from a stamp. And I've got my two brothers and I went on a Northwest program in high school called Outward Bound, that it's not just Northwest, but anyway, we've done mountain climbing and stuff in my family too. When my older brother went to Evergreen State College, he was part of the first class, and the famous climber Willie Unsold was one of his teachers. So they did we've just been, what you say, Alex, it's so important to be in contact with the land, your feet on the grass, and it's, that I think that's been a really big part of even my healing from retiring and from toiling in the legal trenches, to just literally spend time outside. And I've been reading research, not just about oxygen, but we get more like infrared radiation under trees somehow. And that's the kind you can't see, but that's good for you. I revere the mycorrhizae at this point.
Yeah.
Right, those fungal
Well, there's
networks.
no
I
doubt
mean, there's so much going on that we don't even.
the
I
Shinrin
want to know
Yoku.
about it.
Yeah, there's so much going on we don't even know. But the Shinrin Yoku out of Japan, right? The forest bathing. I mean, every single study says if you just sit in a forest for a while, you get better. Like in every metric, your physical health, your mental health. I don't know what the mechanics of it. There are some oils the trees emit, but whatever the mechanics, it's always good to sit in nature. It's a benefit every time. Nobody ever gets cancer from just sitting in nature,
Negative ions.
Negative ions. Yeah.
Sorry to jump in, but we crack up when people from around the country are like, it's raining, and we're like, yeah. I mean, as a kid, you didn't not go outside because it was raining.
Right.
You just put on more layers, and got muddy.
Right.
So-
well, I live with the Scandinavians. They loved ice and snow. The same thing, like it's 30 below and there's ice. Let's go skating. That's the life I'm stuck in here.
That touches on an issue which I think is part of our problem, is the children aren't outside anymore. They're inside. They need to be.
Yeah, I
"Go
got one of
outside."
the kids. I got one of them out.
Well, no, I remember my mother saying, just go outside, you guys. You're, yelling and screaming too much. Go outside and play.
Yeah, well, that's very generational too. I'd spent my entire childhood outside. I don't know what Oliver's thinking. Something profound and green for sure.
No. No, I was going to say to Puppy Grandma that if she's planning, and if she's got a tight community around her, if they're planning on doing some systems, they have a choice of interconnecting systems coming down the hill, or you can do ponds if you want. If that's, I don't know if that's not always a possibility. So you can have ponds, systems, but the main thing is you can have them interconnecting, which is a wonderful thing for sharing out the water and keeping it, not letting it all flood through your properties. And it also it obviously helps the trees a lot too. It's definitely worth looking into that. The big people who are good at this sort of thing, where they don't have much water at all, in Gansu province in China, they have cellars. They actually collect water in cellars. I do know people in England who have large cellars, which are cisterns basically, and the water, apart from anything else, is often very pure. It's very, very good quality, as long as it hasn't been flooding massively. Because I've drunk straight out of them many, many times. So yeah, you have a choice, and you can always grade it if you've already got a slope coming down from each other, so it's ready made. It's perfectly you're actually ready for one or the other, whichever you want. And cisterns are good because you can actually contain the water, and then you can if you want to cleanse it, you can quite easily within the cistern. I don't know what the laws are where you are about grey water, but they vary, I understand, in America. So have a go. It's a fun thing to do. The ponds, by the way, is again China or India are very good at ponds. Very good at ponds indeed. So there you are. Hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, our guys just aren't going to like gray water. That's just too much, I mean,
No,
know,
it varies. It varies. It's
Yeah.
depends what you're using it for. Obviously, if you're drinking it, it's a no. But if it's just for watering stuff, you can
Right.
kind of filter it a little bit and get away with it.
I think
Otherwise, it can
in
get
Arizona
massive.
and Nevada, right, they're using it all over the place. It's like huge, 90% recycled or something in Las Vegas.
Vegas is
The-
good.
Yeah, but they
Phoenix
don't
is
have any
bad.
water. They actually have a water shortage.
No
but
water.
No water at all. But I mean, around here, they're not going to go for gray water. It's a hard sell, right? You've
Mm.
got to. They just want fresh water coming out of the tap. They want to pay for it. They don't want any gray water, groundwater. They're not going to buy it. These are Americans, man.
When they need it, they'll want it and they'll take it.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Oh, it's
They're
so
only desperate.
frustrating around here. The bipolar, the Americans that have to go to Sears and buy the stuff until the crisis comes. But then they're outstanding. If they
There you
really
go.
believe the war is happening, the guys that fixed my roof in one day, it was ridiculous. The efficiency. There's
Yeah,
nothing like it in the whole world, but to get them motivated is next to impossible.
Yeah. That's the trick, isn't it? Yeah, takes the crisis, the huge crisis, or seemingly not in with Helena. All through the states of Georgia, North Carolina too, or just South Carolina. I think it was
North
both,
Carolina,
wasn't it?
yeah, were slammed because
the
they were
whole bloody lot,
surprised.
wasn't
They
it?
were the haven for the climate crisis, the sanctuary. That's where you
Yes.
went. That's how they advertised themselves. Live here, you'll be
Yes.
safe from the climate crisis, and that didn't work out.
In those deep valleys, yeah.
Yeah,
Sort of
yeah.
very, yeah.
The water just
Well,
poured down the mountainsides, and I don't know. America, we're just unique. We don't we're like the rebel kid. We just don't behave like the other 42 nations. We got guns and we pay for our education and medicine, and we just have to be contrary to everybody else. I've given up on trying to reform any of this.
we build superb dams as well. I mean, some of the dams was it Tennessee or was it in North Carolina? They were cresting. They were actually cresting. I don't think I've seen that before, when a dam is actually cresting. The amount of pressure on the dam at that point is so massive. Oh, helicopter, sorry. But most dams give way. Chinese dams just collapse usually when they get near to cresting. So I was really impressed by that. And they had the runoffs going flat out as well. The spillways. But even so, it didn't break. That's a dam that was built in 1938.
Oh,
well done.
They built well back then. They weren't cutting corners quite yet.
Yes.
It's too
But anyway.
much. We gotta get to these hands, Oliver.
Yeah, I see.
I don't, it's a way of life. I don't
Mm.
know. I don't know if Sandra's co-hosted it.
Melodies
Yeah,
first.
I
Melodies
had something
first.
on what Ollie was saying. You know how you have swales and you're talking about a series of ponds?
Yes.
We actually have that in Augusta, and
Wow.
it's the golf courses. There's 5 golf courses
of course.
inside the city limits. There's actually 11 huge golf courses right outside the city limits. There's a lot of golf courses here. And all of them are designed so that the neighborhoods around them will drain into the golf course. So there was no flooding. I mean, 1 trillion gallons of water fell out of the sky. Of course, it rains every afternoon at 4:30, so we're used to rain. But 1 trillion gallons fell out of the sky, and it was all neatly contained into the golf courses, which they then, as the river drops, as the Savannah River level drops, then we slowly pump the golf courses dry. Or not dry, but you pump them down to where and there's also big water tanks to store a lot of water for the golf courses because they must be pristine, you know. But it is wonderful how those ended up as part of it. Right. So when you're installing, so Sandy, when you're working on this project, are you thinking of installing swales to manage some flooding and slow things down? It is so effective. It doesn't really need to actually be a pond. It can be a dish that in times of flooding will become a pond. You see what I mean? So you just create these dishes. I also saw that in China. You create these dishes that feed into that one above the other, that feed each other, a little track for the and there's no water in them. You don't have to manage mosquitoes or whatever. But if it is on
Cascades, yeah.
flood, though, if
It's like a
instead of
cascade
flooding,
effect. Yeah.
exactly. And even
Yeah,
if
yeah.
there's no water in them, which would be ideal, no mosquitoes, but even without water in these quote unquote ponds, they're set up so they will become ponds instead of flooding your house.
Yeah,
That was-
lovely. There are so
yeah,
many
that's
variations of
intuitive.
this. I mean, the Indian ones generally
Yeah.
they are fill. They like to fill them because they all also fill from beneath the ground, so they flow through and then they refill underground as well. And there are so many variations. A golf course definitely would want to keep some and shed it. Yeah, like a
Right.
floodplain, really. Yeah.
And the golf courses all have their water traps, and the water traps are usually plumbed to each other and to the river. So we can actually open a gate from the water traps to the river to slowly drain. But what we do is we keep those closed and watch the banks of the river. And when when the river water is low enough, then open the golf courses, and they coordinate with each other, and they do it 100% themselves. It is private. This is
Yeah.
not the government coordinating it. It's the
Sure, sure.
golfers of all
Mhm.
things who
Yeah, money.
saved
It's money. It's
Augusta.
it's money. You know, money talks, and you know, the golf is
Yes.
big money, so it
Eh,
talks, doesn't it?
I'm afraid so, and oil money
That's
too.
all right.
at
But
this
I know
time,
that.
yeah.
Oh yeah, but it's okay that if money talks and it works, then that's fine too, isn't it? If it's being done, but it would be done for golf.
Of course, and that's us trying to say, how do we get their attention? And it's again, it's money. Like
Yeah.
Alex got his roof done in one day because he paid the right money. Same thing with the golf courses. They coordinated with each other, managed their flooding with each other, and managed to keep what they usually do is keep that
Melody,
water.
I went through the local grapevine. I'm in with the locals, right? And so I get my roof done because I'm in with the local scene here. I don't know what that's called. The locals don't like
Local.
anybody.
It's called having a
Well-
contractor that loves you. I've got one too.
That's right.
Yeah, he grew up
Right.
here. I'm pretty sure he just sits on the beach drinking beer and catching the striped bass. But he's good with the talking. Like he would be a great speaker, a great host, my roofer. I don't think he does any work at all. He just talks to the customers. Then he's got like the genius craftsman guy who doesn't like talking to anyone, you know, the mad genius that can pitch anything. So they have a great business they worked
Yeah.
up together.
Hey,
And
Alex,
yeah,
can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you guys hear me?
I
Okay,
hear you.
good,
You can hear
because
me.
I have a question I've been seeking an answer for. Over the past 2 years, I've followed more and more accounts that are about the earth or disasters or, climate and environment and stuff like that. And I've noticed a huge thing that I just want to know how abnormal or normal this is. But um, I follow one particular account and I see just every day I see floods and floods and floods on every continent. I mean, bad floods like through cities and whatnot. Do you get a sense that Europe and South America are flooding a lot more than they used to because of this, or do you think this is normal flooding? I don't think it's normal, but I don't have a
No,
reference
it's
No,
not
it's
point.
far
normal.
more. It's far more.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
clearly
Good.
far more.
Good.
Definitely
I just
not
wanted to
normal.
make sure my gut
No,
was
no,
right.
no, no, no.
Yep. Okay.
It's because of the amount of precipitation that's being drawn up because of climate change. Because the ocean is so hot, it's just dragging up so much more water. It needs to get rid of it fast, so it just dumps it as soon as it can, basically. And you have these huge deluges. And sorry, another helicopter. And it dumps it all in one go, and you get these either you get rain bombs or you get massive amounts of raining very, very suddenly, very hard and very fast, and you just get these torrents of brown water everywhere, which is basically, it's mostly earth, I think, but it's poo and all the rest of it too, but it is mostly earth. And it's very particularly that red color. There's a guy on Twitter who does it. It's become his pastime completely. Volcanic or Volcania, people will know him, and he does so many.
That's him. That's him.
Yes,
That's what
yeah,
I'm talking
he
about.
does so
Yeah.
many floods.
Yep.
They all blend into one, don't they? You think, damn it, this is just. It becomes one huge flood after a while. I think he's
Yeah.
missing a trick myself. In that he doesn't do a lead up or a before and after or a in between or people talking to each other in the flood. I know people don't generally talk during a flood. You generally run away or get on the roof or something, don't you? If you can, you definitely want to get out of your car. God, and but they all look the same, don't they? Yes, but yes, there's a huge upsurge in flooding, and it's
Thank you for that explanation, especially that kind of very basic, there's more water being sucked up and has to dump somewhere, because I'm sort of talking about these things with my mom at the moment to
Yes.
understand how my messaging is going across, because that's my test bed right
Yes.
there. So
It
thank you
all
for
leads
that.
back to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
ocean heating up. You see, the
Yep.
ocean is. We were
Yep.
talking about this last night on Sandy's. It's it's just when you see the crossover point. I think it was right on the cusp of the Rio Earth Summit in 92, 93, and it's accelerated through the rest of the 90s. The amount of heat that was ramping up and is now just out of the off the scale, frankly. It's the poor old ocean is it's sweating. It's just really sweating its guts out, and that's the rain, of course. Yeah.
Excuse me, just to add into this, thank you for that, Oliver. I mean, warmer air caused by burning fossil fuels means warmer water, which also means more heavier rainfall rates. The U.S. Fifth National Climate Assessment found very strong evidence that human-caused warming has contributed to an increase in the frequency and severity of the heaviest precipitation events across 70% of the USA. And for North Carolina and Georgia, a 50% increase in rain for extreme weather events. So, and I forget, what is it, for every 1 degree Celsius of warming, there's like 7% more moisture, or is it 0.1%? Who knows that?
My button's not working. Yes, that's it.
7%,
Exactly that. You got it
7%,
exactly.
Thank you.
7%. Yeah.
Yeah, 7%. Okay.
Bonus put in a something like the amount of extra water that's topping up is 50 millimeters, right, like the whole world. 50 millimeters. That's it. I don't know how they work that out.
Right.
Right. 5 centimeters, right? Like That's a lot.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly that. Yeah, which is
Yeah.
massive. I mean,
It's massive. And that 7% more water you add to the air, that's mass, it's weight, and that adds momentum to these storms. It's literally physical momentum in the hurricane. You know, it's a mass, it's a weight. A huge amount of additional water is up there. These storms are 1,000 miles long, right? Like 1,600 kilometers, and that additional weight adds to the power of the storm, right?
mhm.
There's more weight, there's more mass, there's more momentum because of all the extra water. These things all pile on. No single climate thing is in and of itself the disaster and the cause. They just keep piling on with no end in sight. And that's where we are. I'm thinking of Sandra, who's new to this game, or our game anyway. And I know she's a natural with spaces, and I know this climate environmental stuff is addicting. You know, you start looking at information. My neighbor Oliver, Tom, he's an engineer. He lives out here in the woods. He has a great gig. He gets a free lease on the park property, so he has to repair the house, but it's all
Yeah.
free.
That's
And
good.
I talked to him yesterday for the first time in 8 months. He's so long gone environmentally now. It's just ridiculous. It was like, congratulations, you're an environmentalist. Don't stress.
Climate junkies.
He got addicted. He got the disease. He was like telling me, you know, that carbon footprint's one thing, but he's really into energy footprint.
Yeah, that's
Which was a good
that's-
concept.
yeah.
So he's so far gone. I was explaining it, not worry anymore. You're in the club, like, you know, it'll these things happen naturally. You don't have to work at it.
Hey,
Yes.
Alex. Sorry, I just wanted to say Puppy's been waiting a long time to talk.
Yeah, but
And
I
then I
wanna-
just saw the other fellow come up, but yeah.
Let's get to Kip2 first, because he's in Kenya, and the network is rough in Kenya. So let's say hello to our friend
Okay.
Kip2, and see how he's doing today, how Kenya is going. We'll start talking about Africa, the continent, and how important it is, and how much we love Africa. Kip2 put up a picture of the charcoal for cooking that's often used there to cook with. And whatever, Kenya's had a busy, important year this year. Let's hear from Kip2. How are you, my friend?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm really doing okay, Alex. Thank you for hosting this space again. You know, you have been doing a lot when it comes to climate crisis, and I think I'm in my second month, if I'm not wrong, joining this amazing conversation. So I'm very proud of it, and it's showing how we are determined to ensure that we address climate change, and also we're working towards ensuring that we protect the current and the future generation. So I'm from the northern part of Kenya, a place called West Pokot. It's an arid and semi-arid environmental condition. And because you have been talking about floodings, I'll need to talk a little bit on how people get access to clean and safe water in my community. Because, you know, being from arid and semi-arid environmental condition, we tend to be like having a lot of difficulties when it comes to accessing this basic community. Now, when we are having this kind of climate change, climate crisis that is currently hitting our world, West Pokot, where I come from, is one of the most affected places, to be precise, because we have witnessed our crops drying up and even long dry seasons as the way it was before when I was young. So we have seen families, those families who are coming from, maybe, let me say, able family, the middle class people, they can do like drill balls and maybe even have tap water. But when it comes to the majority population, you will tend to find them going to, like, you know, we have seasoned rivers where I'll be sharing a picture of it when we continue with the conversation. So it's a sand river. It tends to flood. It tends to be like having like a lot of water when it's raining season. Then when it comes to dry period, it will be like remain sandy. So people will tend to dig in those sands a little bit deeper so that they can get access to water. And when dry season continues to, as in the land of dry seasons continue, then the depth of the sand rivers will tend to be going deeper and deeper. So sometimes it can collapse when people are in there trying to go deeper, and it's a difficult situation, and that's why we are here as climate activists and people who are fighting for climate justice. So we have also, in that process, that's not safe and clean water for the population to get access to. So we'll tend to have cases of typhoid being at very high. People will get infected because even those, the majority population in that living in those places tend to not have even toilets and those sanitation activities. So that's an overview of my community. Then I'll just like to talk a little bit on how activists from Africa, climate activists, are coming together to address these issues that we are facing. You see, I can just say I'm not among those who are the best when it comes to advocacy and also calling for climate justice. I'll just say I'm among those many brilliant youths who are strong, who are coming out strongly to condemn the pollution that is being caused by the global north and the USA. And recently we were having a climate justice camp in Tanzania, whereby it was organized by an organization called, I know many people know, Greenpeace International. It was doing a partnership with Roots organization and many other organizations that came together to bring youth activists across the world. It was a 1 week climate justice camp whereby it was bringing youths, 300 youths from over 100 countries. And it happened, like, I can say from that, it was from that, I think, like 2 weeks ago. So I can't remember well the date. So I was able to take part in it. That was my second climate justice camp. The first one happened in Lebanon. Then the first one happened in Tunisia, which I didn't attend. Then my first climate justice camp happened in Lebanon last year. Then this one happened in Tanzania. So it majorly focuses on bringing youth from these global south countries so that they can unite them and come up. When people meet and have a conversation together, they tend to come up with solution and also with way forward. So it tends to be like pushing the polluters, the big oil companies, Shell, Total, British oil company, to be like, stop drilling, then calling now the European Union, American, to now start paying. And it's not just paying for the pollution that they're causing, but also paying for the injustices. We can't be having a just society. We can't be calling for climate justice without calling the previous injustices that happened and that they are watched, like the repercussion of colonization, the repercussion of slave trade. So we are as youths from Africa. We know, even you people are not like, it was not your mistake for you to be born in that society, but your great grandfathers did that. And for your society to be this civilized the way it is at the moment, it was because of a lot of resources that was taken from Africa and the global south. So we are trying to be like calling those European nation, USA, to be like, to pay back the damages that they caused, and now to also share with us the technology, for us to be like Europe when it comes to green energy. Yes, Kenya is doing a lot when it comes to green energy, but other countries, let's talk about Zimbabwe, let's talk about Congo, Sudan, they are really struggling because the technology itself is very expensive, and we cannot be moving forward as global south country. We cannot be moving forward as a world, because if a pollution is happening in maybe Congo forest is being destroyed, then the effect and the impact of that will cut across, will affect person in Greece, will affect person in USA, will affect. So it's a collective responsibilities. It's something that even us as climate, I can call climate people, climate activists. Activists tend to be like not a good name for many people, but I can say that we need to be in forefront in holding our government accountable, so that there are technologies that if Africa could be having, we could not be seeing this massive migration that is happening because of climate crisis that is in here in Africa. So I just say that Europe and USA is very small for 2 billion Africans to get out of Africa and come live there. For me myself, I usually tell even my friends that it will take a lot of time, a lot of things to convince me maybe to move from my place. Yes, I know we are still living in a society whereby we struggle to get these basic commodities. We struggle to get healthcare. We struggle to get education. We struggle to get basic human facilities, but for me, who have been lucky to maybe even go to university, it will be like betraying my society when I'll find ways of moving from my place to maybe live in Europe and live in USA and leave behind my community, which is like 70% of it are not educated. So it's a mentality that it's not in every youth here in Africa, because in Kenya, out of 10 youths, 9 will tend to be like very ready to get out of their country to go and get greener pasture in Europe and in America. But that's human nature. You cannot just force someone to stay in an environment where he or she feels like it's not safe for them. But for that mentality to be erased, we need to create a situation whereby we are living in an equal world, and that will only be realized when we have working institution. We have an IMF, we have World Bank that's not pushing Africans to debt trap. We are having countries who are willing to pay for their pollution. We are having countries who are ready to share this technology. So I'm like, I got a lot of things to share, but I think it will be great if I leave it there and keep on with the conversation. Thank you for giving me this great time.
That was a great update. Thank you. Hey, Puppy, your hand is next. Thank you so much.
Oh, hi. And then I'm going to drop down. I feel like saying thank you so much for what you just shared, Kip. Wow, absolutely. What was going to be my little anecdote? Kip, I have the good fortune to have a mother who's still alive. She and I have similar birthdays. I turned 70, and the day before she turned 92. And she plays bridge with these kind of younger guys. So they're like, I think, in their 70s. And she regularly beats them, by the way. But she was laughing. Somehow she stumbled into this network, and they've known each other for decades. Like a bunch of them taught together at a school. One's a postman they've all known. But she said they're just best friends, but they never talk about their lives. And so she's retired social worker and other things. And so she's chatting of, what did you used to do? And one guy said, oh, I worked for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And my mom said, oh, wow, because those dams that Alex was talking about, those were paid. That was a way that the whole Roosevelt administration got us out of the Depression, and the Civilian Conservation Corps. I want armies of us out doing this work, like Kip is talking about, build, and all of her. I mean, yeah, I guess I can say to the neighbors, let's build an underground. But anyway, and you know what he said to her, because she said she was so impressed by the work she had personally seen, throughout her life of these projects, including in the Pacific Northwest. If anyone's ever heard of the Bonneville Dam or Timberline Lodge, and there are heartbreaks there too. And we just, after lots of litigation, removed a dam in Southern Oregon. Anyway, there are issues, but the point is, resources can and should be put towards the community and toward restoring balance. But what the guy said to her was, yeah, it used to be like that. It's not that way anymore. Because of the subcontracting to private contractors. That was his take, and that was depressing. So we can build these institutions and rebuild them, and that's what I would like to see. the money, say, that goes towards giving the police armored vehicles, forget that, let's employ youth, employ people. The Timberline Lodge, it sits not at the top, but near the summit of Mount Hood, which is one of those volcanic peaks that I mentioned that's in the line of the Cascades. It's south of where Mount St. Helens is, on our side of the river. And it is filled with ironwork, wood carvings, fireplaces, stonework. The workers who were employed to build it also crafted, they built stuff and they were employed. There are beautiful paintings there, many of them kind of pretty historic. If you ever get a chance to go there, that was crafted and built by people that, in the Army Corps of Engineers, and all the different resources and all the artisans and crafts people and working people. And that's how we should do things. Anyway, so I'm going to step down. And again, Kip, I really thank you. And you're right. I mean, the Europe and colonization put your continent where it is, and we owe every possible reparation and aid to restore your community. So thank you. You said much more, but I'm going to step down and just reflect on what you said. Thank you, Alex, and everyone for having this group.
Thanks, Puppy. And, I've learned so much from Joel and the lawyers this year. I don't know what I've been doing in spaces with 780 lawyers, but I've learned a lot. When it comes to
Before we go, Alex, my law school here in town is one of the top 3 environmental law schools in the nation.
Yeah.
I mean, they literally have a club called the Anadromous Fish Society. So, yeah.
And there really is great work being done in that field. Environmental law is actually radically successful, and there have been major global victories. In a sense, we concentrate here on weaknesses, but that actually is going very well. That's an actual positive and something we can talk about. When it comes to finances, when it comes to actual money, financial resources, these people in the global north, that is what they're good at. That's what they're superstars at. They know how to deal with money. And it's so difficult to help the global south with money, with finances. Almost inevitably, the global south loses every time we start playing financial games. The global north almost can't lose at finances. They inevitably end up with more money than they started with. So this is one of those sort of paradoxes, lose. Whatever that Mexican thing is that grabs your fingers as you try to remove it. That's what we're dealing with here, to figure out how to truly figure out reparations for everyone, out of our past, out of our history.
The Chinese finger trap.
The Chinese finger trap, yes. How we figure our way out of that mentally. We all have the same minds. We all have the same brains. We're all human. And we've got to figure out reparations. We've got to figure out how to acknowledge, as President Biden did yesterday. He gave a genuine apology from the U.S. government to the Native Americans. For centuries, the U.S. government had forced Native American children into schools against their communities and families' wishes. This was a heinous crime. And Biden did issue a very sincere apology yesterday. And this is the right kind of step forward. So reparations is one way, one word of framing all this that's just extremely important. As Kip too was talking about our grandfathers and our grandmothers, my great grandfather, who sat in a church in the mountains here in the little town for 50 years, giving a sermon every Sunday. I have no clue how responsible he was for slavery, but he tried, and he talked a lot in front of the people. He helped his little community in the mountains. But nonetheless, reparations cannot be forgotten. We have to be honest about it. And we have to keep studying and thinking and talking, and we can't take it off the table. I do For 2 years, 2
2
weeks,
years.
2 weeks. It feels like 2 years.
Going to say it's for Kiptu. It's the 100 billion that is owed not Africa entirely, but a lot of people in the South. Organized way. Now, there's something I wanted to add to that as well. A lot of people knock the Great Green Wall in Africa, because there is a Great Green Wall in China too. But they knock the one in Africa, so they go, "Oh, it's not really a success and everything." I had assumed that they'd already spent 30 billion on the Great Green Wall. No, not at all. They have only spent 3.5 billion, I think, in total, possibly. Performed for that money. They performed a marvel, quite frankly. So and this is organised through the Africa Union, and when you get organised, shit happens, and it's fantastic that it does. So that, of course, it gets knocked back all the time. Excuse the noise. Oh, plainclothes. That was plainclothes. And that climate change just continues to cause that to happen. So yes, let it happen. I'm going to switch off now. There's got lots of emergency vehicles.
Oh, they're coming for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't even take care of our own people here. We got homeless and they're mean to everyone. As a matter of fact, they shoot people down left and right. We got so many problems in this crazy nation. There's no way we're going to get Americans to want to pay Africa. It's just not happening.
Hey, Alex, I just got a question. Did you see that video of the Irish MP at the UN talking about our democracy?
I didn't. No.
I'll post it
Yeah.
somewhere because it was just absolutely slammed us, and it was all good. I mean, it was all true.
Yeah.
We don't have health care, we don't have this, but yeah, it was good.
Yeah, I do. The Republic of Ireland is doing so well that thank God somebody somewhere besides Estonia is doing so well. It's really a great success story. It wasn't long ago the Irish Troubles, the body parts in the street and the kids dead and the police shooting everybody and everybody shooting the police, and it was murder revolution, real emotional hatred and fear and terror for so long that as we see places like Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan today, Yemen, Syria, Haiti, that thank God occasionally somebody does better, and the Republic of Ireland is really doing extremely well. So thank goodness for something. And Germany is doing pretty well too. I think our allies in Germany and number 4, number 3 or 4 in world economy. I mean that is big time. The modern world, the superpower. And the Germans had a few crimes in the past that the reparations have to be paid for. The Americans have had a few crimes. The English have had a few crimes. These nations have to be responsible. I don't want to be responsible. I used to like to get drunk and play really loud music. That was my idea of a good day. I didn't want any responsibility, but we have to be responsible. That's why we're here. And whether it's Germany, England, or the United States, these nations have to be responsible for their past, for their mistakes in the past. They at least have to try to be responsible. When we look at this history of ours, the last 400 years, I our Black American community is so great, is so impressive. I mean, we all know the great music and culture of the Black American community. Every Louis Armstrong and Billie Holiday, every Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder, Beyonce today. The culture is so absolutely incredible. The people are so incredible that to keep it moving, these honesties of history and responsibility. It's a gigantic monster topic. Maybe the biggest topic of our times is reparations. And to keep it permanently on the table, good things will happen as we move forward together in a coalition with responsibility and honor. We know all about the people who don't believe in these things. We spend a lot of the week certainly talking about the evil politicians and businessmen. But I do want to see how Eva is doing in Berlin, the capital of the nation of Germany, there in Northern Europe. And the German people do have a lot of environmentalism. They do have a lot of concern. Eva, how are you?
Hi, Alex. Hi,
Hi.
everyone. Thanks. I'm fine. I just enjoyed the beautiful autumn sunlight and the colored leaves outside, and took some pictures when I went shopping. So that makes me pretty happy and consoles me that the summer is over, because I'm a summer lover. First of all, happy birthday, 200th edition of the Climate Crisis Club. That's great that you endured 100 editions. And I wanted to point out to you this one tweet that I put in the nest and also down in the chat, by Professor Stefan Rahmstorff, which I just watched. That's a 15-minute speech in English at the Arctic conference, and it was really heartbreaking. And he said that by next year, 2025, the Amok, the stream of which the Gulf Stream is a small part, in the ocean, could have across its tipping point, and then by 2100, the entire north of the planet could really cool down by 20 degrees, and we could face extreme heat and extreme cold. um, yeah. So this is something really worrying, and nobody's reporting or caring. And yeah, that's just the point why it came up. But then I also wanted to ask Kip, thank you for reporting from the global south, from your continent, Africa. And as I understood, you just went to a conference in Tanzania, a climate conference. And could you tell us if something new is happening there about the Congo rainforest and bog? Because this is something we were told about here in Germany by Francois Kamate. I think he's from the DR Congo, and he even visited Berlin, and gave us a workshop, and we also talked online. And he said this is the last global immense carbon dioxide sink, and yeah, that they lack money in Congo because the COP members who promised to didn't pay up, and now the government needs to drill for oil and gas with northern based companies. So is anything happening? Anyone caring about it? Could you please tell us? Thank you.
Should I go on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, about Congo forest, as we know, Congo is second after the Amazon of the Brazil, that's in America. And at the moment, Congo is being used as a source of all natural resources that we require in our industries. And I can just tell you, with the unstable government that we are having in Congo, with the militia, the over 23 military groups that are in Congo at the moment, a lot of resources, a lot of natural resources are being exploited. And I can start by speaking about the forest itself, because Chinese are doing a lot to exploit that forest. Trees are being cut down. And I remember the other time one of the government official publicly just say that we cannot be like protecting this world at the expense of our people. We are languishing in abject poverty, and for us to move forward, we will make a maximum utilization of every natural resource that we are having at our disposal to grow our economy. And all these processes are being like, the only people who are going to benefit mostly are those who are in power. And so Congo forest at the moment is being destroyed at a very, very unprecedented rate. Then when we go now to talk about the oil, Congo also have a huge amount of oil deposit, and also the same sentiments that have used, that you are not going to protect the world at the expense of our poor population. So they are doing it like they are going to make total utilization of their natural resources to benefit the current and forget about the future. And I don't know how I'm going to phrase this, but to me also, I feel like it's very hard to convince such kind of population for them not to do what they're doing, because you are talking about people who are living in abject poverty under $1 per day. You're talking about a population that doesn't have medical. You're talking about a population who doesn't have clean, safe, and adequate water. So it's very difficult. Even in Tanzania, we talked about this, because just some few kilometers from my place, we are having a county called Turkana. And recently we had an oil exploration there with a company from British called Tullow Oil Company. And even me as an activist, going there to tell my people that this thing is going to kill you, this thing is going to destroy our present and our future, will be like a suicidal mission to me, because I'm going to tell a population that has never seen a school, I've never seen a good healthcare system, and these corporations tend to come in with some good and nice wording. They will say they are going to do like giving back to the community in corporate way, corporate responsibilities, whereby they are going to build things like schools, they're going to build things like hospitals, they're going to build things like, and at the end of that, you build hospital because automatically the amount of people, the number of people are going to get sick because of the pollution that you're going to cause will increase. And when you explain such kind of things to an illiterate population, a population that doesn't know much when it comes to climate change, when it comes to air pollution, when it comes to environmental pollution, I can just tell you for free, this thing has been very dangerous. And you could see that with our brothers in Uganda, whereby they are building the EACOP. You could see a number of activists who have been killed in Congo. And at the same time, even here in Kenya, I'm pursuing a company called it's an Indian company. They are doing like they are mining clinker. Limestone is at my community, just few kilometers. I can say like 20 kilometers from where I am at the moment, and they are doing a lot of explosion. I shared it before in one of our conversation. I'm going to share it now. And you know, they have built hospitals there. They have built a school, a very good school, and they have built a police post. And at the same time, you cannot pass there during the day because the amount of dust that is on air, you can't breathe well. The school itself that they have built is not even running well because the noises that are coming from the mines that are exploding so that they can break the rocks down. So if you do 1 + 1, at the end you find you are negative as a community. But because community are poor, they need money, they need to be like to pay their day-to-day expenses, then they will end up welcoming those exploiters. So that's a little bit about what's happening in Congo and across East Africa.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, we got a blank spot right now, so somebody's got to
Can you hear
talk.
me, Sandra? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear
Okay.
you.
Thank you,
I can
Kip.
hear you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
there
much,
was a lot of
Kiptu.
good stuff. Absolutely. I want to tell Kiptu how important it is for the people of these nations, of Germany, United States, Canada, England, Singapore, Germany, I said, Canada, I said, but India, all the people from around the world listening, Kiptu, it's so important for them to hear your voice. I don't know how important it is for them to hear my voice, but to hear your voice, because the people in their local community only think of their problems. You know, you put up the picture of the charcoal. Everybody in my town here uses electric or gas to cook with. Nobody in this town uses charcoal, not a single one. So they're thinking the way they be able to get away from the single issue and see how all these people around the world think and what their problems and issues are. That's where we move forward when we start understanding each other. We all have to eat, we all have to breathe. We need some kind of spirituality. We need some kind of family. And yet we get to these things where my community wants to rebuild a bridge. And then, as you said, your community must eat. And they're just simply different issues. I don't know. And it's wonderful. You're a climate activist. You speak very well. To just keep it going. Wisdom comes with the years, and things start getting a little bit better. All those small steps. I assume PFI Ukraine is pro-Ukrainian, pro-Canadian. I don't know what's going on here. How are you? Hi.
Hello there. Hello there. Yes,
Hi.
I'm from Canada, Toronto, North York. From Toronto. We're an ecological humanitarian foundation, a nonprofit NGO, and just wanted to say thanks for having us in this space because climate crisis is worsening all the time. And
Yes.
I wanted to comment on what the earlier gentleman was saying about how is terrible on many communities, particularly in the African continent. But I have some clean is what's holding us back, and the hegemony of the oil sector is what's holding humanity back. It's been like that for a long time. We had electric vehicles before. The European humanitarian cause, and I'm also actually in the Ukrainian military too. too. But there's a lot coming out of Canada, and yeah.
Thank you for speaking. I was actually born in North York, so that's interesting.
It's a small world.
Yeah, we are an actual club, our 127 members from 25 nations, and this is our 100th meeting. But we are definitely, without a doubt, pro Ukraine. Sky Kiss has spoken so many times to us. She's our liaison to all things Ukrainian and the war effort. So it is interesting to have a environmentally friendly pro-Ukrainian NGO. That's an intriguing idea. The Ukraine is such an important piece of land, the wheat fields, the Black Sea, and the war has to stop. I mean, the crazy Russians. The war just got to stop. War is just completely the opposite of environmentalism. It's the opposite concept. It's the absence of environmentalism is a state of war. And
totally,
yeah. The conflicts of the world, whether it's Gaza, Lebanon, Iran lately, the struggles in Haiti, Sudan, the civil war in Sudan, there are just millions of people kicked out of their homes, and the horrors of war and conflict, and that climate crisis only, for me personally, I'm very suspicious of climate conflict. I think as we move along, if nothing is done, that climate conflict will start becoming one of the biggest issues. The fight over resources. And there now are more internal refugees due to climate than conflict. Though that's turned over the last couple of years. And these movements have to work together. The environmental movement will not succeed on its own. If people only care about climate or environmentalism and don't care about these other issues, favorites. I don't understand why Somaliland is not free, but then I'm a little eccentric. The free Ukraine people have to come to our meetings, and we've got to get along too. We can't start not an excuse to start fighting. But these alliances are critical to our success. And that's certainly my little contribution the last couple of years, though I'm having no luck with the UFO people. They been fruitful. Yeah. Jim wrote the blog piece this week for us, and he wrote it terribly well. I haven't really gotten a chance to really study it, Jim, but thank you.
Yeah, things are okay here. Let's see. I was Kip told me that some months back in this forum there was quite a bit of discussion of
Without a sign, I know the time when you were mine. You looked into my eyes. You were like the sun. We were dancing the whole day long. Let's play again, just once again. Let's play again. Let's play again. Why don't you come back just once again? Why don't you know again? I will make you cry. All the things I say to you, all the things I do for you, all the things I say to you, all the things I do for you. I will make you cry. I will make you cry. Leave me aside. Leave me. All the things I say to you, all the things I do for you, all the things I say to you, all the things I do for you. I will make you cry. I will make you cry. Leave me aside. Leave me.
environment, a sort of concept of, okay, how can we build back better? And there's not one magic solution because, what's a good fit, what's fit to purpose moving forward is going to depend on the locale. And, in the US Southwest, maybe it's adobe mud brick, but that's that's not going to work in Georgia. So, but anyways, this is a huge subject, and but I think it should be continued and much more fully fleshed out. And several weeks say I'm not sure more about it. It even gives me flashbacks to Vitruvius's first century BC
Yes.
book on the 10 books of architecture, where he's got a section on how to make sun-dried
Absolutely.
clay and straw bricks.
He's called Mark, and he's got a Dutch name like Van something. The hemp guy. He was on.
Oh, okay.
I follow him. I can find him quite easily. And also the Cannabis Queen was on just earlier today. She may still be on now. I haven't looked. She's good on. She's really good on hemp too. So yeah. And they don't just, they don't steer right onto, but they don't necessarily steer right away from cannabis as a recreational drug. They actually, they do look at all the other aspects of it as well, including the carbon sink. So interesting, yeah.
Even George Washington was planting hemp
yes.
for strategic military purposes. Hemp rope for sailing ships.
Of course. Yeah. So Mark, I'll look it up, but you might find him first. Mark Van something. Other people will know him. Alex probably remembers, definitely.
Yeah, I want to thank Jim for speaking in 45 of these things. That's a hell of a lot of work and thoughts and ideas. And I remember Jim from a long time ago in those threads with Doc Valerie and the fascinating conversations that were. How we find each other, I have absolutely no clue. I do remember Sandra just showing up in Dr. Mike's space and just fitting in instantly in her first space. But most people, I don't remember where in the world they hear, where they came from in my life. But it's great. It's great to see everybody here. And
Alex, I
yes.
just wanted to thank Jim for, he always has some very valuable input, whether it's something to do with regenerative farming here, the soil, or solutions for Africa. So I think, that's one of the strengths of the Climate Crisis Club. Thank you very much for that, Jim. And I just also, I was reflecting on what Kiptu was sharing with us, his tweets, and also, his narrative about what life is like in Kenya. And I mean, Kiptu, I just can't stress enough how important it is for us to hear about this, for you to educate us about what your life is like. And I mean, it's not just about the environmental conditions that you live in and how difficult it is for people to have access to clean water and a reliable food source, but also you're teaching us something about the human spirit and how strong we can be. And that is completely invaluable. So thank you for that, Kiptu, and stay strong.
Right on. And yeah, Jim is just completely reliable. I always praise Jim. I don't know what Kim, I don't know what what fault we could ever find with Jim.
No, yeah, exactly. Jim,
yeah.
we need you. Keep doing what you're doing.
The PhD in physics, he might not be the world's greatest expert on biology. But it is amazing to find, and we're all different. We have to celebrate our differences, what we're really good at, and Julian is also really good at a lot of stuff. Right, I was fascinated to learn that Julian has a MA in philosophy and has taught it. So the environmentalism, it's listed, it's defined as a philosophy. That environmentalism, our green theory of life, our green friendships, and that we live on a green world. We're part of the green world. It's really dumb to act as if we're alien to that green world. I don't really know, Julian, what your specialties are. Actually, it's great to get to know you and to hear your thoughts, because just like Jim, your thoughts are always profound. Some of the rest of us, have a lot of non-profound thoughts and speeches. And anyway, how was Mexico City today? How was the weather, Julian? Hi.
Hi, Alex. Thanks.
Hi.
thanks so much for that overly glowing introduction. I promise not all my thoughts are profound. I promise. I struggle to find the profound thought every now and then. Yeah, I was thinking a lot about what Kittu was saying to us. I was looking at the photograph that he sent to us of the water borehole that he has to use for water access. I mean, this kind of stuff is so emblematic of environmental inequality, really. Water access, we all know this. If there is one service that you can't have cut off if you have it, it's water. That's why water is defined as a basic, access to clean water is a basic human right. And you know, this photograph of the borehole that we see, you look at it and you're thinking, wow, this is a huge violation of human rights. And that's not an exaggeration. That kind of brings me to another point. Alex was saying, what is the global south? That's quite a good question, actually. Is Brazil part of the global south? I would tend to say that it is, for many reasons, even though it's a very developed country. Probably, I guess the global south you could say are the members of the G77, or maybe the group of developing nations. It certainly includes Brazil. It does not include Mexico, for example, which is considered an industrialized, more or less advanced country there with more resources. And even then, here in Mexico, you will see plenty of communities that don't have access to running water. You will see plenty of communities that don't have access to electricity. You will see plenty of communities that cook over an open fire, for example. This is a whole issue. Cooking over an open fire is a big deal because it's, amongst other things, it is extremely hazardous to the health of the people who have to cook over the open fire. Mostly the open fire, you will have it indoors. It would be very nice if you could cook outdoors, but you obviously can't. So open fires are again, they have all kinds of concomitant problems. But really, it's so strange. Brazil is again a real, these wildfires we see raging in Brazil, very often they are the result of farmers setting fire to fields. And these farmers, the economic imperative for them is desperate. In fact, you can't blame them. You just cannot. These people are starving, and they are like, either we burn down this field and plant something, or my family will not eat this year. So it's a really grim situation. And that inequality is fostered, actually. So it's not only addressed, it's encouraged. Big companies like to have this inequality, because when they have a big population of extremely poor people, then they know they have a reliable source of very, very cheap or even slave level labor that they can exploit for all kinds of things. That includes, for example, and in Brazil, this is a total disaster, illegal mining of gold. This is one of the worst environmental things. Mining is always a disaster. If you have mining, you have an environmental disaster by definition. If you have illegal mining, now you have an environmental and humanitarian disaster, because mostly people who work in illegal mining are working for absolutely minimal or no wages. Often we are talking about slavery. Often we are talking about child labor. Often we are talking about appalling human rights violations. And the only motivator here is greed. Throughout South America, you will find illegal mining of gold and other minerals. And it's one of the this is one of those situations that really, really has to be addressed. I wouldn't doubt that a lot of illegal mining takes place in Africa as well. And yeah, that's I'll shut up for now. But thank you, thanks, and hi
Yeah.
everybody.
And lots of excellent points there. And that sums it up. That's what we say here. The macro environmental picture, the solutions, corporations, governments, individuals. You know, I haven't bought any clothes for 3 years. I bought some t-shirts 3 years ago. And it's that talking to my neighbor yesterday, a year ago, he hardly understood any of this. And now he gets it. And it's like, what is that frivolous shopping? Just going to buy stuff that we do in the global north. I'm just so far removed from that. I'm just living like a monk at this point with my vegetarian meal, my beans and rice, and I walk around the woods. Like, that's what happens to environmentalists. There's just no. I talked to Mong and Dr. Zarni. He flies around the world. He goes to expensive hotels.
Hey, Alex.
Yes.
Alex, I need to tell you
Sure.
that I got rid of Archie's Pink 100 down there. Look at his profile. He has 0 followers. He's just
Archie doesn't have any followers?
Nope.
He does say fuck
He
off.
follows 10.
He doesn't have any, he does
Huh?
say fuck off X. That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's got
That's what got
freaking
me.
3 posts. Okay.
That's impressive. I mean,
I know.
he did have a space.
He can listen.
I don't know, but I
nope,
mean,
now he's gone.
Archie, he had a space Trump or Kamala, and you know, I don't know who he is.
Well,
Yeah.
I usually think of people like that as bots or possibly trolls.
Well, what I do is when I get bored, I let somebody like that speak.
We're not bored yet.
Okay.
Nothing happens here when nobody has anything to say. You know,
Kip has opened a can of worms here. I think we should carry on.
Yes.
It's very, very interesting.
well, let's say hi to Andrea. Get our Singapore report, and
Alex,
I was going to say,
Yeah.
Hi,
I was going to say
Andrea.
the Ukrainian one was first.
Okay, the Ukrainian one, PFI, out of
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I'm Canadian, European. But I want to say that you know, the Ukraine crisis has been such a exposure for the environmental crisis because of the devastation and the environment of the agricultural culture and civilization that is Ukraine, and the exploitation. And what I do here with PFI Ukraine is I promote the environmental solution of eliminating these invaders not with other human beings, but with drones. We 3D print drone solutions, so it's more environmentally friendly and more humanitarian, more humane to send a drone than send a tank with some depleted uranium shells, for example. You know, but if I can just comment on where I developed this environmental badge, to be honest, is in west side of Toronto. When I grew up in the 80s, there was in the Humber River, like the young lady said earlier, the Humber River used to have cars in it. When I was a toddler, went for a walk, you know, and in my hometown, I saw 2 cars just dumped in the river. And honestly, about 30, 40 years ago, that's where I developed this environmentalist badge. But it's a catastrophe around the world. And I'm really proud and glad that we have communities like this one banding together and coming up with solutions and at least dialogue. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely, and we're here every Saturday without fail.
Thank you. I
There's
just
a
wanted to
huge Ukrainian diaspora in Canada, isn't there?
I was just going to say that.
Yes.
There
Yes,
you are.
definitely. I mean, I grew up in the 80s around the Humber River too. So it's kind of funny because I used to like catch turtles and frogs kind of on one of the other arms of it, I think, but definitely connected to the main one. And, I mean, where I live now, they just built a huge Ukrainian church, absolutely beautiful. We have a very strong Ukrainian community in Canada, and I know the Ukraine is a great source of cultural works, music, literature, art. It's horrible what's going on there. And thank you for what you're doing and for raising awareness about it as well. Thank you.
I always like to point out the Polish Ukrainian neighborhood of the East Village in New York City is where punk rock originated. The Ramones in 1974, Patti Smith, they all started playing in East Village, which essentially was a Ukrainian neighborhood. Like, God only knows how much of punk rock is really just Ukrainian Polish culture, probably 50% of it at heart. So it means a lot to me. I used to go to the Kiev restaurant on 2nd Avenue and 7th Street constantly, like 50 times a year. After the bars and clubs would close, we'd go to the Kiev and have vegetable soup with challah bread. They played the soft rock, but it certainly was a part of my life in the 80s, was sitting in the Kiev restaurant. Part of my life in the 2020s is listening to Robert Hoskins. There's no escape. Robert is
cheers for that, Alex. I'm just going to say, I'm just going to say, drop the S on the end. It's not Hoskins, it's Hosking. But
Richards, Keith Richards, Hoskins.
I know what you mean, Alex. Yeah, I know.
Well, I could just start insulting you. It probably wouldn't stop you.
No, you're all right. If you want to insult me, I can't think of a better bloke to do it, to be honest with you. I think if you do, you've got my seal of approval on that, actually. Being as I've got a platform, I want to talk, first of all, about the reports this week, not just from the United Nations, but from other reports about the track that we're on for 3C of warming, 3.1C of warming, and the catastrophic nature of what it and the implications that it's going to mean for every single person and every single life form and every single species on this planet. And I'm afraid to say yet again, I'm sounding like a broken record, but when I think of the millions, indeed billions of people across our planet that still have no comprehension that we're even in a climate emergency, the words that I have to that are of an absolute, the word travesty is one word I'll use for it. I'm afraid to say now that it has been spelled out as clear as a bell, as they say, and the writing is very firmly and very unanimously on the wall. We have very little time to get our act together globally from country to country. I'm afraid to say the governments, as we all know, without me having to say anything, getting on that subject for a minute, but I probably will end up doing so. Our global governments have failed us. Our global politicians have failed us. Our global media have failed us. Our global truth tellers have failed us. And I'm afraid to say that the state of affairs and the game of play that we're in now is one of such a dire nature. Every single day in the course of my work on X, my climate work, I'm seeing another community disappearing underwater. I'm seeing another community's infrastructures irretrievably smashed, broken, flooded to death. And as I keep seeing all this dire collapse all around me every single day, getting more dire and more diverse and more severe by the second, and I'm still seeing complacency and I'm seeing indifference of such a magnitude within systems that should know better and systems that should actually be working right now to force the necessary change that's needed. Because believe me, the far-reaching fundamental changes I've said many times before in when I've spoken on these spaces, it needs to be so radical in order to encompass the environmental collapse that we see playing out before our eyes. As I've said before, if we think hurricanes like Milton and Helene and other hurricanes of which are named that have gone previous. And if we think that those hurricanes have been devastating across our planet now, we have seen absolutely nothing in the level of severity that is going to be reported in hurricanes alone. Never mind the level of flooding collapse and the level of wildfire intensification, the level of soil erosion, the level of deforestation, the level of the destructuring of soil environments, of ecosystems, of habitats. Every single one of those things is now playing out and disappearing by the second with such a severity of collapse that it makes your eyes spin. And what I am seeing
Well,
Uh-oh.
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 I
That was so good.
I was,
That was good.
yeah. If he had a good connection, he could just take over my job. You guys wouldn't need me.
You could have a day off. You could have a Saturday off, right?
I do think, Kim, when our new friend PFI referred to you as a young lady, your mood really seemed to improve. You seemed to like
It did. It did. Thank you so much for that. That made my
Yes.
day.
I don't know how we, yeah. Well, Robert, I wanted to tell you that you have been to 63 you've spoken at 63 of these meetings, starting
Right.
with number 30. So since number 30, you've been to pretty much every single one.
That's pretty good, actually, isn't it? I would have liked to have been to every single one. I must admit, I can be a bit hard on myself, that the fact that I would have liked to have spoken in every single one, but maybe how can I put it? Maybe the content that I'm involving within these spaces now can make up for my lack of speaking in some of the previous spaces. But anyway, if my connection allows me to say something, God, this is so annoying, actually. As I said to you, I invest in this new connection of broadband and I'm still having terrible connection issues. I had hoped to rectify this so as I could actually speak with having a clear clarity. Anyway, we'll carry on from where we left off, shall we? As I was saying about the collapse of our planetary systems at the moment, I'm afraid to say that it just doesn't get any more spelled out than what the UN said earlier this week. And other various high-profile platforms have said the same thing as myself, because I'm sure I don't need to say to anyone here that we've all been following the level of information that's been put out. And I will say that this level of collapse reads for catastrophic reading, and we are still on course with with the highest emissions levels that we could possibly have from this moment in time, that are doing absolutely nothing in order to seriously mitigate, at least save what is left of our planetary system, save what is left of our ecological environments, save what is left of the countries that are being ravaged by this collapse. I'm afraid to say it just absolutely disgusts me to my core that any government or any politician at this state of time can still be so goddamned, what's the word for it, intentionally unable to be able to commit to what's needed. And I'm afraid to say, of course, not does it just boil down to a complete and deliberate policy failure globally within every single governmental system. I keep saying this like a broken record, as I get to say it so many times. I'm sick of saying it, but I'm afraid to say it has to be said again. And I guess I'll be saying it a lot in the future. Every single government I see governing our countries and systems at the moment are completely unfit to be able to mentally comprehend what 3C of warming is going to do for our societies. We are going to see millions dead. We are going to see ecosystems collapsing of such an extent that species extinction will make our heads spin. And I'm afraid to say that it is getting worse by the day. And my blood boils having to be the bearer of such catastrophic news, because I'm sure all of you realize that in the course of my work, everything that I keep seeing every day seems to be some sort of vacuum of collapse that's engulfing us. Sure, I will honestly say that I'm delighted to see all those environmental projects that are actually, all those good people that are actually doing wonderful things for the environment. But I will say this about that, it is still just the tip of the iceberg. Even if you add every single environmental project that is going on across our planet at the moment, it is still not enough to save us from 3C or 3.13 of collapse as we have it right now. And I will honestly say that there has never been a greater need for the entire population of our planet now to finally comprehend, understand, and get educated to the sheer scale of what we are having to face. I'm sure that the majority of our public globally within all countries can't be so dense as to not see that something is seriously and dangerously wrong with our climate when we are having community after community disappearing underwater in the fashion and the way that we are. Because as I've said before, game over. I've said it many times before. I am sure that I'll end up saying it many times again. But this is the cold, hard reality. When we talk about cold, hard climate data, I know the public have a great difficulty in comprehending that, let alone reading it. I know that the public have great difficulty in being able to communicate with scientists because it feels like an alien environment to them. But I would honestly now implore as many members of the public as possible to engage in that climate data within any given scientist that they want to look at the data. All that important data from climate scientists and NASA climate and NASA science is all available to us should we want to, and we must encompass it at every single level. We have to. It's absolutely critical. I know that I'm banging on here with a seriousness that, as I said to you, if I didn't have to bang on about this like this, I wouldn't. I'd like to just see nature restored in its entirety for the beauty of billions of people, and like to know that we are not facing this chasm of collapse that we have now, but we have to get real. And I'm afraid to say it's not just the public that have to release themselves from this consumertron bubble of business as usual. Because if we continue this bubble of business as usual within the next 5 to 10 years, there really will be very, very little left to be worth saving at all. So that's all I want to say on that particular subject of the 3C warning from the United Nations for now. I'm sure other things will come to mind. So thanks again, Alex, for letting me speak. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well said.
Well said. Well, Robert always speaks extremely well. The basic message of the club, he has that concept down to perfection. The friendly banter, the joking around, the entertainment part. It can't all be the doctrine all the time. We do have the mighty pup tentacle here, and I do want to hear Pup's thoughts on Biden's speech yesterday.
Alex, sorry,
Sure.
remember we skipped over Andrea a couple of people ago, so.
Okay. Well, I mean, Pup and Andrea are right there as two of my favorites to listen to, so I have no problem listening to Andrea either, and I hope it's going well in Singapore. Are you in Singapore?
Yeah, I am. No, I got there's so many things here, but Robert, absolute amen to what you said. And a statement came out this week by the end of the century, Singapore will have 365 days a year above livable temperatures. So, just this week, it's just so incredibly hot. We should be moving into the cooler phase of being in Singapore. And I was out the other day, and the wet bulb was 39, right? And this is not the hot season. So, and also Singapore came out as the highest individual consumer of energy. And of course, a lot of that consumption would be down to just air conditioning because you just can't survive here without it. And it's so we are so on the cusp. And there's some voices now that like Extinction Rebellion, she came out this week saying, is hope the problem? So there's some people who haven't sort of gone that hard. They're starting to go harder. I'm sure you all saw Roger Hallam's tweet where he wrote fuck, and that went viral. So, and the other thing, I put a post up on LinkedIn just basically saying, do you understand what 3.1 degrees Celsius means?
Yeah, exactly.
And people, they've got to know, what does it mean? The coral reefs are well and truly already gone by that point. So just that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dead oceans.
Sorry if I interrupted you there.
But when you think about, I lost one of my ear things again. When you think about Singapore, so we're about 70 kilometers north of the equator. So we start getting sort of average temperatures up around 46, and here it's about 27 to 33. That's kind of throughout the year. That's about what you get. Gets up to around about 46, but look at where the equator is around the world. And then, of course, that means that the countries just next door, not on the equator, but a little bit further away, they'll be 50, 60 degrees. And that's the rice growing regions of the world. That's Africa. That's South America. So that's food gone. None of those countries, the people won't be able to stay in those countries because they can't survive that sort of heat. So mass migration. I know, Kim, I've got to send you a report which is titled 1 billion people on the move. So once we're not that far off getting to temperatures where people are going to have to start moving because it's just going to be unbearably hot. So we're there. And then Jim was talking about housing and hempcrete. So that's one of the revolutions that we need to be having in my mind. So if the UK built all the houses it needs, it would use all of its emissions budget in a year, right? And that's replicated across the world. So we've got to start thinking about housing in a different way. So, when we're born, we're in a family. We should be in a family home. Then when we leave, we go into our single years, living with other people or one-bedroom apartments. And then, when you retire, then you have your own family. You have a family home, and then after the kids are gone, you move into a smaller home. The other thing is people having multiple homes that aren't even lived in, or these enormous mansions that two people are knocking around in. So Steve's over in the UK, my husband, because his mum's in hospital, and basically she's had surgery for cancer and she broke her hip, so it's a bit of a double whammy. His dad's 87. He's had a couple of strokes. They're still living in the family home, and it's got stairs. It's a 2 up, 2 down, right? And for years we've been saying, "Come on, get yourselves out of it." But the main reason they should get themselves out of it, from a societal perspective, is to make it a home available to another family, because they don't need that much space, right? But they're so committed to this home, and now his mum's going to come back from hospital and she can't even get up and down the stairs, right? So we've got to get that change. The whole Airbnb thing, it's destroying cities everywhere it goes. I refuse to use it. It just destroys the soul of a city. And we're seeing movements across Europe, but the large VC type investment firms are buying all of these homes and turning them into Airbnbs. So it just should be illegal, and we need to use our space, all of our space, and we need to build up. And wherever possible, we need to not build. And that's the sort of stuff that we need to be looking at from a revolution point of view. We've got to change some really fundamental things, and we've got to do it really, really quickly. So, I just wanted to add on to that. But anyway, good to be here, guys.
Thanks, Andrea. Some great points there. If I can just interject there for a minute. One. So.
Awesome. The idea that Singapore will be too hot to live in 365 days a year, and the idea Roger Hallam's fuck tweet got 36 million views. The hardball of the Extinction Rebellion, the hardball of my neighbor who suddenly has gotten the environment, Tom, he got the environmentalism in the last few months, but the disruptive protest is still a bridge too far for him. So the Greek sculpture from 2,000 years ago, Demeter, that Just Stop Oil put a vest on her and a sign up. I've been hanging out with the archaeologists so much. I'm not sure what that Greek sculpture is doing in London. It seems that it really should go back to Greece. Now we can get to PUP and discuss the residential schools. I don't know how we heal these pains of the past. I do want to say, Bup, I did get a thumbs up from Law Sue, so he's not totally missing in action. I told him that we missed him.
Well, again, we were here before the white man. We'll be here after he's gone.
I traveled far and wide to many different times. What did you see there? I saw the saints with their toys. What did you see there? I saw our knowledge destroyed. I traveled far and wide to many different times. I traveled far and wide to prisons of the cross. What did you see there? The power of glorious sin. What did you see there? The blood of Christ on their skins. I traveled far and wide to many different times. I traveled far and wide, no monsters died. What did you see there? I saw the one-sided trials. What did you see there? I saw the tears as they cried. They had tears in their eyes, tears in their eyes, tears in their eyes, tears in their eyes.
The stuff of Mad Max movies, or worse even. It's just I'm and we just keep humming along. Just keep humming along, and then we've got this candidate, the worst possible candidate on the fucking planet. In so many ways, I'm not going to take up the rest of the room's time detailing why, but and he's a drill baby drill. Let's increase our consumption of fossil fuels. What a moron. What a fucking moron.
How much money?
Where does he
How much
think
money did he get from the fossil fuel industry for his campaign?
untold amounts?
That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, it just but what? But, again, what keeps crossing in the back of my brain is I wonder, all these people, all these highfalutin movers and shakers, where the fuck do they think they're going to live? When we hit 3 or even 4 or 5C, where are their kids going to live? Do they think their money is going to buy them immunity from a planet that's trying to kill them? Talk about a lack
Well,
of foresight.
Pop, this might be an angle. What will their net worth be when it's worthless? When the properties are worthless, when the buildings are destroyed, when when it all collapses, they don't have any net worth anymore. So that should get through to them.
Stranded assets.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd think so. I mean, New York City, Alex, you can tell me precisely, but New York City is only a couple of feet above water, above sea level. If sea
Yeah.
level, rises enough, guess what? All them fucking Trump properties in New York City are going to be, they're going to be, the basements are going to be submarines. What's he going to do? Put pools where the streets are?
So Kim Stanley Robinson wrote a novel about exactly that. All the avenues filled with water.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the
where do all of
the 2310?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm
It's
reading that
exactly.
right now. It's wild.
Oh, fun. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll land it there. But we're if we don't get our act together and post goddamn haste, start preparing for half the fucking population moving 120 miles north or south of the equator, and that's incredible. That's got to be 3 billion people, and where the fuck are they going to live? And then you bump into Andrea's problem of where the fuck do you can't build enough domiciles. What are people going to be living in the streets, camping? I don't know. This is just I need more coffee.
Yeah, it's a good point.
We need to
Unbelievable,
be
right?
able to stay where we live. We need to be able to stay where we're connected to the land. Kip 2 shouldn't have to move. Andrea shouldn't have to move. Oliver shouldn't have to move. Julian should have access to water all the time. We should be solving these problems right now before they occur.
Right.
How do we do that? How do we do that? At the moment, we're all little disparate groups of activists and so on. You've got your Greenpeace, you've got your Extinction Rebellion, you've got your Climate Crisis Club, you've got your Klimastation, etc., etc. How do we join the dots between all these groups and one big? Hang on a minute, and make one big super group. How do we do it? How does it happen? Because as we are at the moment, we are not getting through to either the public or the politicians. The only way that it will happen is if every activistic group around the world actually bands together into a super group. It can be done. It's a lot of work to actually make the connections between people, to persuade them, but we do have the practice at doing that now. And, we're not alone either. We're just too split up between different groups at the moment. It's
Oliver,
not going to work.
Oliver, when the whites invaded our lands, we were a multitude of tribes. And, to say that we fucked with each other over the tens of thousands of years is an understatement. But when the whites invaded, we unified.
Yeah.
And for the better part of 10 years, as an example, we kicked the 7th Cavalry's ass all over the fucking plains.
Yep.
To the point where they signed a treaty and gave us everything we demanded. That's what's going to happen.
Definitely.
You know, it's going to have to get so bad that all these little disparate groups finally just say, we have a common goddamn enemy, and we're going to put aside our petty little differences, and we're going to unify in a common voice and start to make something happen. I'm just scared that when that unity finally happens, we've already passed the tipping point.
Too late, yeah. I agree entirely. And it's not even fighting amongst these different groups. It's more about who's got the best ideas, or who's got the, who's the best at doing this sort of thing. It's like a kind of little mini competition that goes on. It's unnecessary.
There is a lot of that, Oliver, to be honest with you. I've noticed it without, sorry to interject what you were saying here, but if I've got to say something, I've got to say something, as it were. Yeah, I mean, I've noticed over the course of my work on X that there are so many what I call splinter groups of activists of different genres and names and that, from America over to Australia. As of course, obviously, we've got our different arms of Extinction Rebellion, has just been talked about by yourself and Pup. And obviously, I'm sure we've all heard of Sunrise Movement as well, that have got affiliations in America and Britain, probably Australia as well. There's also, I'm trying to think of Jamie Margolin's 0 Hour, which was one that I, sort of came into contact with quite earlier on in my climate platform on X. And although you don't hear a lot, yeah, of course, obviously, the Greta effect.
So many.
Yeah, we can't forget it, can we? But
there's so many of them. You see.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, but I think it's absolutely right what yourself, Oliver, and what Pup just said, that we need now for unity. We need unity. We need mass unity within these groups to be able to move forward from mind blocking inabilities to be able to conduct oneself, for the greater good of things. We need to actually move forward in a united, in a large group. Obviously, doing that seems to entail, in my mind, such difficulties still at the moment of people who are still, believe it or not, even though we're all on the same side, are still unwilling to work with each other for, certain X elements or that. That's got to be overcome in my mind. And the sooner that's overcome, in the way that I'm seeing things from my perspective, the better it's going to be for every single activist and person and green environmental crusader campaigner, whoever we need to call them, it will be, in order for progress to move forward. I'm afraid to say that we're still very much at the crossroads of bringing environmental activism together on one large platform instead of having splintered platforms, in my mind, because that's what it boils down to, doesn't it? We've got splintered platforms here. We're all working for the same goal. We all want to see ecological safeguarding across our entire planet. We want to see the ability to fight the climate crisis, the climate emergency, a boiling planet, etc., etc. But we're not all on the same page. And that is something, to my mind, that has to be addressed, and quickly, if we want to nip this inability to be able to communicate with each other in the bud. So anyway, sorry to interrupt you there, Oliver, but I just had a few points.
But if we let Native American, the history of how they coped with the colonialists and the Indian War, bring them in. Well, I say bring them in. I mean, they are already here, and they are showing us already how it can be. If that's the case, it shouldn't be too hard. I mean, can you imagine having, let's say, 500 million people in one group?
I can imagine that, actually. I can imagine, I can actually imagine all the implications here of what can actually be encompassed and what can be achieved. You see, our indigenous brothers and sisters have always, in my mind, always had the very finest balance of being able to gain unity amongst themselves in a way that, if I dare say it, in a way that people in the Western world are still lacking. we're not able to bring that fine-mindedness of unity together when we most need it. That, in my mind, is a crying shame on one hand. It's certainly
Good man.
a deliver of not being able to do things that are needed to be done in the right way. And I do feel if we can encompass, indigenous practices within the way we conduct unity globally, I think for all the better for all of us in the way our mindsets work and our ability to work, within what needs to be done.
How many
Anyway,
people do
sorry
you
to
think?
interrupt
How
you
many,
again,
how many
Martin.
people do you think we could summon?
Well, I
if
think
people were going to
yeah,
cooperate, how
I mean
many?
that's a
How
good
many?
question.
Just give
would,
me a number, roughly.
Okay, well, I would imagine really if we take if we put all countries together, I would honestly imagine we could probably amass more than 15 or 20 million people. I would think we would probably be able to amass a hell of a lot more than that if we bring unity into the equation for the greater good. I think actually now, dare I say, if we could get unity of what can I say?
No, no. What did they do that for? Honestly, just what he was going to say.
I appreciate the big plans and the macro, the super group and everything. I have 3 quick points. One was what Andrea was saying about playing hardball. Because my neighbor isn't ready to do the disruptive protest. So that is one thing. What is that? Going to the next step and accepting more aggressive methods. The thing I was thinking about the massive supergroup and all this, that we do have Sandy's community in the small way. That's 400 people or something over there in Sandy's community that we're allied with. And Jim has joined us. Jim that was speaking last night, the oceanographer, he said it was 30. It was freezing and snowing over there. So we can always all move to Jim's house. He's not going to get this heat thing going on.
That's we'll all move to Jim's house and we'll be able to dodge the irrelevant extinction that comes our way. I think
And he loves music. It's in Fairbanks, and he's never getting anywhere near no wet bulb. That's for sure.
Wow, that's got it nipped it in the bud, good and proper. I can say.
You see, I actually have a plan where you guys are talking about the super group, and Sandy even, she was the last one to interview Roger Aiello before he went to jail. And we do have to get him out of jail. We've got to get Leonard Peltier out of jail. We got to get Paul Watson out of jail. And Torstein going south is going to interview Paul Watson a week from Monday. So
this is, you don't have to stick your hands you don't have to concrete your hands to the ground like first generation. You don't have to do any of that sort of thing. But a super group is when all the groups have a loose affiliation together, whereby they stand together as a group. As such, they have enormous power. They have enormous power of persuasion. They don't have, it doesn't have to. It's not an army. It's not an army.
No.
So it's not
Here's
like.
a thought for you, Oliver. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Oliver. Apologies. Here's a thought for you. You asking me about numbers again, but I couldn't answer your question because I got cut off. Here's a thought for you. How about here's a thought for you. How about 50 to 100 million ecologically minded people across our planet? Yeah,
that would do it. That would easily do it. If you had that amount
50
of
to
people,
100 million people, in an environmental pact together to be able to fully change what's necessary.
Yes.
Can you just imagine imagine the size of the think tank that we could what's the word for it? We could encompass. That is the word I wanted. A think tank of flexibility to be able to encompass thought on a wide scale. Yeah.
So elections are bought and sold. Let's be perfectly goddamn honest. If you had 150 million people, and each one of those 150 million pop $10 into a pot to buy politicians, we could do it. That's 1.5 billion if I got my numbers right, and that's about what every major presidential candidate spends Well, at least previously, they're probably going to spend more than that this year. But that's what it costs to buy a president. So why don't we get 150 million people together who are willing to chip in $10, which is basically 2 Starbucks coffees, and
Money well
just
spent.
buy
Yeah.
the next fucking president
Yep.
outright.
It's
We
money well
better get on
spent.
with it, Papa, actually. We better get on with it, There's work to be done in Sharpie Sharp,
I don't see it would. I mean, I could see that it would be a problem with all the different groups, but when you put the
Yeah.
facts in front of them, they could easily be persuaded because it just makes perfect common sense and a little bit of money as well. Pledge a bit of money. I do it. I did it last night. I pledged whatever $10 at Sandy's, and that was just to buy a couple of coffees, like Pup just said. But then that's on Sandy's group. So you
can be done, Oliver. It can be done.
Yeah,
Just get it.
I
It's
do
getting
think
that
it can,
ability
but it's a question
to
of
do it.
persuading the various groups around the world that this is a common sense way to do it. Stop the ego nonsense. Sign up for it.
Losing Oliver.
WhatsApp is there.
Yeah,
and
we're
the
losing
internet and so
Oliver.
on.
Yeah,
I'd love to pop in here just really quickly.
Go ahead, Julian. Go ahead.
I will be really quick. We've seen a lot of really frightening charts this year. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
Yep.
Julian. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
I'll be quick.
Oliver.
I promise I'll be very brief. We've seen a lot of terrifying charts this year. I think one of the scariest I've seen is a recent Gallup poll of issues that interest voters. Climate change was second to last.
Says it all, really, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
It does,
So,
Julian.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Up here, and the chief Red Cloud kicked the 7th Army's ass, and it's his sidekick, his buddy. They even fear his horses. I like that guy. Like that's
Yeah,
the name
absolutely.
of all time. Like
Alex.
he's scary. He's so scary that even his horses are scary. I just love
Yeah.
that scene. And
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
right.
know. They're just not going to let 3 old white guys onto the reservation. That's not happening.
That ain't
So-
going to happen. No, we realize the extent of that inability
We're
to be as
literally-
flexible as that.
We're the last people invited in the whole world to the reservation.
I'm
So
not surprised at all. Yeah.
I think this plan
it
at
doesn't
Jim's
look
house
like.
is-
Yeah.
Somebody's going to tell Jim we're going to Fairbanks. They give what else they give you $10,000 over there each year. You get an income.
Yeah. It can't be bad, can it? Really? As I said, if I get my head out of the fantasy element of things, Sharpie, which
Yeah.
will be necessary to be able to do that. Yeah, I'm afraid to say fantasy stories of white guys being openly welcomed by indigenous reservations are not quite as encompassing as we like to think. But
the point, Robert, did you see Biden's apologies yesterday on the Gila reservation, community reservation?
Yeah, I heard something about it, Alex. I haven't been privy to actually looking at the content completely. Yeah,
It's
but
really quite effective.
Yeah,
he really
that's good.
did apologize very sincerely several times.
Yeah,
being Irish and all, it hit home. But we do.
Noting that it was a start. It was a start.
Right, and the
Yeah,
Canadian
absolutely.
government
That's what I said.
did that
Yeah.
a few years ago. I mean, we do have a lot of history, at least I think in the northern United States and also here in Canada, of the white people and the indigenous people working together, especially early on, and having alliances. So it's possible that it can happen again. A great book that I read by an author who's part First Nation from Canada. His name is Joseph Boyden. And if you ever get a chance to read any of his books, like The Black Spruce, oh my goodness, The Orenda, or The 3-Day Road, you won't be able to put them down. So just like put yourself out of service for the next week or two while you're reading it, because he's absolutely he just writes such compelling fiction, and the 3-Day Road book is about two natives that go to the First World War and what they go through there. And one of them is based on a true story as well. So I highly recommend you read it. And just sorry, the last thing to add is we haven't even talked about biodiversity yet, and the biodiversity crisis, and the fact that we've lost like 50% of our insects, and what are we going to do? We got to talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's critical. I have been spending this year really what Julian said. The climate crisis is very low on voters' minds. And while it's higher than things like Free Somaliland that nobody in America has ever heard of, it has been my campaign for most of this year to be with people like Sandra. While this is my home community, Sandra and Mike and so many of the blue political activists. My goal this year, really knowing politics was in play and how important it is this year, to get that one word climate higher on Democratic Party, power people's minds, just to get that one word a little higher.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Alex, really quickly, I want to say about the messaging structure. If you did this global group thing, you know how everybody unified because of our current threats to democracy and whatnot, like Republicans, some Republicans and members, and it's because we're all focused on that top one really bad issue, right? So it's almost like you could take, if you can prioritize those issues in those groups, maybe that's the way to approach them. I don't know.
And absolutely forget
Anyway.
that common enemy is something we need. We just don't really have that. Big oil.
Alex, related to that is from what I understand is that the youth are, they're very concerned about the environmental crisis. So I think, there's a lot of room for growth and making connections in community there by, enabling young people to have a voice and creating awareness that way. And maybe, there's definitely, we need to basically support them and allow them to have their voice, and then I think we'll get many alliances from them as well.
There's no doubt at all. And I find the biodiversity crisis the most difficult to comprehend intellectually. The most moving parts, the most difficult to predict whether just nothing will happen or everybody will die. It's a whole range with biodiversity. And Andrea has been waiting a long time. Hi.
I just wanted to go back to my comment about the equator. If you don't know, so where I live in the world, it's the coolest part of Asia, which sounds crazy, right? So the equator isn't the hottest part of this region. It's actually up to about 10 degrees less than some of our neighboring countries. So when I was in Thailand, we were getting 45, 46 degrees wet bulb temperatures regularly in the hot season the last couple of years, right? So when we're talking about these heat predictions by the end of this century, I hate that they always do the end of the century statements, because I think they're misguided, because of course it's going to grow and grow and grow between now and whenever it gets that hot. But what we're actually talking about, so you think about biodiversity, basically we're talking all the way up, basically halfway through China will be in unlivable temperatures. India's fucked. The Himalayas will completely melt. Probably halfway down Australia, if not all the way, because Australian summers are unbelievably hot, but they're dry. So on the equator, it's cooler, but it's really, really humid. So if you don't like humidity, you'd hate being here. But so if you think about the scale of that, right? So you talk about the numbers. There's at least 3 billion people living in this region, just in Asia. That's just Asia. And it's also one of the regions of the world where everyone's really hopeful about the future, and everyone's spending money and buying cars and consuming, and fast fashion is off the charts here, just like it is everywhere else, right? And because there's so many languages as well in the global south, like the global movements. So Extinction Rebellion, Just Stop Oil, all those sort of things don't appeal to cultures in this part of the world because that's not the way people in this part of the world operate. They're much more, so it's consensus, right? So, you know, the way everyone dealt with COVID, everyone came together and everyone did what they were told. You know, and we saw those protests right at the end in China, but it took a long time for them to protest. The only reason they protested was because they saw the World Cup in wherever it was, Yemen. Was it? No, not Yemen, whichever country it was. And they saw all these people there unmasked, and that's how it started, as well as a whole bunch of people dying in an apartment block because they were locked in because of COVID, right? But the global message, you know, how do we tell the story? How do we tell a better story that is going to appeal to as many populations on the planet as possible, while shame is not a good strategy when you're dealing with Asia. People don't like to be shamed, right? Because they don't want to lose face. So how do we do it? How do we tell a story? How do we show people a vision of the future so that we can all take care of each other and do the right thing? And I think this part of the world has actually got the best chance because the leaders of this part of the world can say, this is what we're doing, and the people will follow. So, you know, we've got to look at the different parts of the world and the different priorities. Access to technology, you know, more than 2 billion people haven't got access to digital technology. You know, the people living in the poorest, you know, on the farms, they don't know what we're talking about. They're not seeing it. All they're seeing is change in their own environment. So we've got to think really collectively, and we've also got to honour the differences and sort of work out how we can bring that together. But then at the same time, it kind of makes me laugh. Getting 500 million climate activists working together. I look at some of the challenges we have in this smaller community. Yeah, that could be quite funny. There's some egos out there. Anyway, just wanted to add that to give you a sense of the scale.
Yeah. I think for myself, I really am so busy now just doing this administration thing here, just keeping this little project organized is literally enough for me. World. And that keeps me from worrying about all these big scale problems. Like Robert, if you just keep piling this stuff up on your plate till there's just way too much of a backlog. I never get to everything here. I'm just trying to keep this rolling.
Another feeling.
Yeah. It keeps snowballing along that I'm really not too worried about at that uninhabitable area around the equator. What's going to happen when it hits 5 degrees C? What's going to happen when AMOC stops? You know, I don't know. I'm just doing what I can in the present, keeping all this going on. My neighbor has seen the light. He drank the sauce. He's there. A year or two ago, he thought I was nuts. Now he's one of us. He just sounds like the same. He's not ready to join Just Stop Oil yet. That's probably next year. As Andrea is saying, what is that process from? No, he was worried about the traffic. He doesn't care, you know, if there's nobody to drive the cars or whatever. He's still worried about the traffic. Your step forward to just see somebody like him. Everyone who's joined the movement in my physical world, my sister is so aboard, it's ridiculous. You know, with her minimalism, she's into minimalism. That's positive to me. And we it's as Robert is doing right now. Just keep reconnecting. Just keep going, Robert, right? It's willpower, it's determination, and consistency. by having the meeting every Saturday. It really doesn't matter if there's nobody here or it's broken or we're talking I don't know how many times we've been off topic and talking about movies or a beach party last week. So what else, Robert? Go ahead. Are you with us?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was. I'm not quite sure if my mind is working right here, whether it was Andrea that touched on something that I'm just about to speak about, or it could have been someone else. But anyway, what it is I'm just thinking about the utter, how can I put it, the irony of denial politicians at the moment, be it Trump or any one of his ilk, or ones connected with Trump like Musk or other big high-profile deniers, and politicians either collectively in America or across our planet. I'm just thinking, actually, I think it was something that Pup said, now it springs to mind. But what I'm saying is that these guys, these people, are going to have the most massive awakening of all. They can continue to think in their mind, we'll continue to drill and invest in fossil fuels. But at any given moment, their own lives and that of their families could be shattered, because they could find themselves underwater within their own communities at any moment. They could find themselves being either washed away or injured or even killed in tornadoes, hurricanes, etc., etc. So if they think for 1 minute, just because their climate denial enables them to be able to preserve either their own lives or that of their families, they're very, very sadly mistaken, because it could claim their lives at any moment, any second, literally. And that is something in my mind that I do think about with these idiots. Even them are the most highest profile idiots that you can care to imagine. I know that the name Trump is obviously tripping off the tongue at the moment, because he is one of the most dangerous, high profile climate denying morons that ever walked the face of the earth, as we know. But giving said that, there are many, many more high profile climate denying people within American senatorial positions, American governments, and within global governments. Although, be it, I was paying attention, and I have done, because I enjoy listening to Andrea's information, and I totally agree that given governments within Andrea's part of the world, I think are collectively bright enough upstairs in the brain to be able to encompass the necessary mitigation effects, if I can put it like that could be absolutely critical and very, very useful in the ability in this fight that we find ourselves in. So I just wanted to collectively there just mention about the absolute absurdity of these high profile deniers that think they've got some sort of shield of being able to either live or survive. If such conditions wanted to whisk them off the face of the earth, it'll kill them. It's as simple as that. Doesn't matter how much money they have. Doesn't matter where they put themselves. If that collapse is there, it'll take your life. Game over. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks again. Thank you.
Anytime, of course. The life of the environmentalist, the awareness, and the frustration, isn't it? Always frustration that why?
Yeah, sure is.
Why can't they see it? It's not very complicated. The sky, the lake, the ocean, the ice. It's not too complicated. Sometimes I know some of you guys well enough I can read your minds, and other times I just can't predict what you were going to say. I don't know what Puppy is going to tell us. So often I know what Pop is going to tell us. I don't know how, but I don't know what Puppy is going to tell us. So, Puppy, can you hear me?
I thank you for your courage in accepting the risk of, I
Yes.
don't think,
Yes, yes.
let us pray.
I have a
Alex,
lot of
Savannah.
courage. It's rare to do this job. I take
Dude.
terrible risks and I pay the price off.
You're
No.
just hanging out there, buddy, and I want to
No.
band with you. I've got you on
Thank you.
delay. yeah, no, I had to learn the rules of the road. And Alex, I love you. I love you, all of you. This is such an important conversation. And Andrea, I just wanted to add to what you said. I so appreciate, I mean, I'm in the Pacific Northwest of the USA, and, you know, what can I say? We're very self-centered and we've US domination of everything. So I was born into this and have just turned 70. So I've navigated a few decades of this. I did want to not be that, but actually person, Andrea, but I did want to say, I don't know all the dynamics, but China was pursuing a zero COVID policy early on, and they had great success. The apartment building, I think that you're thinking about, was actually really important. Early case, the reason they got sick was because their systems of plumbing and air were not right. If I'm thinking of the one apartment building, it was literally the plumbing traps, they weren't put in right. That could probably happen elsewhere too. So it didn't, you know, I'm no engineer, but right, to move foul things and gases out, you have to have pressure here and whatever there. But anyway, and y'all remember that that sailing vessel, that cruise ship, where we had the cases, the early cases of COVID. Remember stopping off in Japan, right? Well, what happened was early on, and there's a deep history of this, and if you get into what me and there's a price on my COVID acute buddies, COVID safe, COVID cautious, COVID aware and informed buddies on here. But in this world that we now have, which some of us call political health instead of public health, you see it in the regulatory atmospheres of the FDA and all these states too. It's like, well, we're supposed to both regulate for health and safety and protect workers. Oh, but in a business-friendly climate. So everything is compromised. So the World Health Organization, I mean, SARS, remember that? It's airborne. Hello, checks notes. It's not touching things, and it's not, there's other, you know, there may be some slight deposition they call fomites, but I tell you, I never thought I would watch so many aerosol transmission videos. And now there's a ton of information out there. And one of the things we need to do for the buildings we're going to have and preserve and save is we have to have healthy buildings. Our indoor spaces are not healthy. You know, it's on one level, it's just common sense, right? We need oxygen to breathe. We exhale CO2. And of course, there could be other horrible shit floating around on our indoor environments. And many of those have such severe impacts on people. So I'm trying to slow it down here, but there are some. So the aerosol scientists, the people like Lindsay Marr, who just won a Nobel Prize, she's at Georgia Tech, and she had been studying, I believe, airborne transmission of flu. But what they did, Alex, they flipped the script. So literally you can watch Dr. Tedros at a conference, and he's about to talk about airborne transmission. And this medical dude from Canada, John Conley, leans in and whispers, and then Ted probably says, you can't fucking say that. It would wreck all the economies, and then we would have to fix the air and people couldn't fly in YOLO all around. I don't know what he said. But remember, they did this a lot too with the management, and they're doing it now with bird flu. And when the first thing that the agency does is pivot to managing the crisis rather than solving the problem and getting us the tools we need. So I know I'm giving you a long essay, but the point is, it's airborne. and I posted a little poster in the Purple Pill with some information and tools for people. But on that ship too, they were like, how is this getting from cabin to cabin where people are in their cabins? We're bringing them their food. Well, guess what? It's because the air systems were connected. So if you start following this information, you can be very empowered to protect your airways, your health, your immune system, because this effing thing, there's a lot of research, but it's a vascular disease. 90% of the long COVID cases now are coming from people who had so-called mild infections. So yet much of this pandemic has been managed well. And frankly, I think China did fucking awesome in Singapore. And when you're dealing with a pandemic, honestly, the authoritarian governments come in handy because, you know, I'm a boomer. I mean, we all lined up to get our polio shots and we all went, oh, so, you know, never mind, there's a huge disconnect between frontline medical providers and science, and then science gets compromised. I'm telling you, I'm learning so much. I was like, my eyes, but we got to learn it to fix it. So you all know who Paul Farmer emojis. I think he founded an organization very active in Haiti and Africa. I don't know. Anyway, he was architect, designer, physician. And I know there are some of him and his disciples, right? I don't know a lot about him. My mom reveres him, but I remember watching a video once and he's looking at the buildings and where you live, Alex, those old big structures. Remember where you had like double height ceilings and transom windows. And I mean, they used to build buildings, not that they were perfect, to move air in and out of spaces. Apparently there is a big theater up in Vancouver, BC, built on these principles, perhaps inspired by the 1918 influenza pandemic. They called the Spanish flu for shitty reasons. But apparently there are ducts under the seats. There's hospitals in Africa that are under Paul Farmer. One of his students went there and using local materials, local people, local everything. They built hospital where they are bringing fresh air in, letting bad air out, a lot using natural circulation. Florence Nightingale knew this. Anyway, so I'm blabbing on, but I just wanted to clarify that that's a huge part of this is, had they stopped it in its tracks, told the truth, that it spreads through the air, and there's a lot of fault to go around. But, one thing about viruses, they honestly don't really give a what humans say about them. Okay. And everything's so siloed now. So you get all these people, including bad actors, who are being paid and rewarded to put out false information and medical propaganda. And we see what's happening with Russian disinfo, et cetera. So I feel like for the climate space too, obviously, yes, we need unity and we need to get together. So a big part of it is, to me, what we're doing in these calls and in my coach community. We're carefully reviewing information. I mean, down to these scientists I mean, I don't want to know what a P factor is on statistics and whatever, but I'm learning all kinds of things about all the ways these various systems have become captured and corrupted, and frankly, by, the structures we have, which demand profit and hoard resources for this group versus that. And so it's so easy to get triggered and so very easy to believe false information, especially when it's being put out consistently. And most of the tropes that people believe about SARS-CoV-2, it is propaganda that was fed to them for a reason. So not trying to scare everybody, but check out that chart and start to learn about, we're learning a lot as a scientist now about post-viral conditions. I mean, it is an opportunity to, advance our human and public health. Peter Hotez, he is a researcher down in Texas, huge, important researcher who, by the way, has been ruthlessly attacked by anti-Semitic people. His lives of him and his children are threatened. Well, his group at Baylor Hospital, whatever infectious disease, I mean, they designed and made a protein-based vaccine with no patent for the world. So that's what we should be doing with proper vaccines. A vaccine-only strategy is not going to work. We have to reduce transmission. And the thing that these experts are telling me is all these people that are reassuring, oh, yeah, it's good. Well, God, one of them I had, there's a committee called HICPAC. It's part of CDC. Well, anyway, the World Health Organization just filed their second complaint against them. The first one was last year, saying the rulemaking they were making about hospitals and airborne protections and masks or not masks, all that they were basically unlawful because they weren't a fully constituted subcommittee of 13. And there was no balanced representation. And guess what? Something like 7 out of the 6 people on there, guess what their backgrounds were? They were all hospital administrators. Do hospitals have an interest in not having to? Yeah, it's weird. They get paid by Centers for Disease Control in a way, they get paid for treating infections. But so they're in the Affordable Care Act, there was a system set up. I forget, there's some acronym, but they're basically, the idea was that they, what's called nosocomial infections or hospital-acquired infections, basically, they get dinged for that. And because, if you're paying them and they have a filthy places spreading disease, if people go in there very sick and come out sicker, that's not good. And so anyway, and part of this too is they just stopped counting everything. Remember Trump saying, well, if you don't count it, it's not there. Well, that's kind of what we're doing. But there are some intrepid scientists still counting things. And I'm following in colleagueship with them. And what was I going to say? The final thing, I'm learning now about the structures. And I think because of pressure, they stopped counting. The hospitals literally stopped reporting those, except voluntarily. But as of November 1, they're kicking back in. Oh, maybe we ought to count those again. But I think they aren't counting COVID infections. And one of the problems, how do you not count them? Well, let's not measure them. Have you noticed everyone's coughing their head off right now? We joke, everyone has ABC, anything but COVID. So anyway, I'll zip it for now, but I see this whole health, every concern of health, it's totally related to climate as well, as humans have pushed into wild areas where we don't belong. And frankly, viral evolution, one of the things I'm learning these viruses do, and SARS-CoV-2 is a single strand RNA virus. That's different than double strand DNA. Anyway, they love for us to get infected, and then they play around in our bodies, and then new variants evolve. And of course, we all know this thing has evolved to immune escape and become more, and it's just, nothing could be more important than following that crap. And the XEC variant is now ripping through the UK, as I understand. So just, anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Puppy. Otis, of course, is writing the book with Michael Mann right now, The Science Under Siege. And in many ways, it's how you frame it. The climate can massively affect, it kills people, it can wreck their health. I mean, you can frame it as a health crisis, you can frame it as a spiritual crisis. And it's where do lawyers fit in is always intriguing. I'm always chatting with Joel. He's a counselor. He just can't stop being who he is. He gives advice. He listens and he gives advice. There is environmental law that is critical and very successful, but I'm not sure quite. Perhaps lawyers fit in as non-lawyers, as on their off time, as on their voluntary time.
That's kind of what I'm doing in a way, because I'm retired,
Yeah.
Alex. I
Right,
understand one
right.
postscript that it's through the actions of activists, many activists.
Exactly.
That we've gotten, and so
Exactly.
this action they've just filed, what they're saying is no, you don't have 13 members and there isn't fair representation. We need patient representatives on these committees. We need frontline right? Because we need, and that's really important. So they literally just filed it this week. I'll see if
It's
I can find it
literally,
and post it in the pill.
it's literally the bodies, the people to just sit in front of the state building. In the protest, you literally sometimes just need people who can sit there for a couple of weeks. But I do think, as I say, I've spent a lot of time online this year with lawyers for whatever reason. And it is a little tricky to see. Usually I'm pretty good, or the group is good at figuring out where somebody can help us out. Some people it's very apparent. And lawyers that, we're not here to sue somebody. We're not here for legal advice. So, and we're not really here to analyze the Constitution and look at law cases and figure out the attack there, because that's actually really well covered. Earth Justice and all the lawyer groups actually are very strong and doing a really good job. There was a case the youth won in Montana, and the case that the senior citizens won in Switzerland. Those cases are coming along nicely. So that's sort of not our province. So where do our friends, the lawyers, actually help out is an intriguing little wrinkle here. Anyway, I do want to hear, of course, Pup's latest thoughts. And they fear his horses even. They even fear his horses. That Chief Red Cloud won the war, kicked the U.S. Army's ass. And I don't know if anybody else has ever kicked the U.S. Army's ass. And I like everything Pup says. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, just remember that Red Cloud was instrumental, but it was a coalition of at least 4 tribes that coalesced under in a common war council, and they got the best of the best strategy, blah 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 blah, and that's why the 7th Cavalry and the United States government signed the Second Fort Laramie Treaty, was because they got their butt kicked. And the reason they conceded, now they didn't honor any single element of the treaty. You know, because 3 years later they took that time, that quote peacetime, to build up their military, so that now that they could come back and overrun the opposing force. But anyway, so staying on more native kind of mentality here, we've and I'm glad that Biden did what he did. Okay, but we have seen over the last 150, 200 years, the whites come out and go, okay, yeah, great, sorry about that. We're going to give you a little bit of hand, and then, they disappear. To be quite honest, and I voted for Harris Walls, so my vote's already in. Um, you know, Biden needs the native vote. I mean, there's a couple of 100,000 votes there, and he needs them. So yeah, he absolutely should go out, or Harris Walls does, and Biden by proxy. So of course he's going to come out to they're going to make an outreach to the Native community in general, to make sure that they literally get on their fucking horses and ride 25 miles to a polling place so that they can vote in favor of Harris Walls. I mean, I invade spaces occasionally, and I listen to, well, they closed all these polling places in Georgia. Well, motherfucker, these things never existed. I mean, what are you going to do? Put a polling place out in the middle of the fucking, out in the middle of the plains? Or, I mean, they just never existed for us to begin with, So, yeah, it's tragic and it's horrible that, they're trying to do voter suppression by closing polling places, but, they never existed here anyway. Out in the reses, there are no polling places to close, which is why they don't close any, because there's nothing to close. No, it's just, but we'll see. What I fully anticipate will happen is Harris Walls will get elected, and then native issues will go right on a back burner again. Right where the white man wants them. Sorry about that, but we're the forgotten nation, and we'll be forgotten again. That's all I had to put input.
Well, Pop, I am putting native issues on my front burner when this election's over. That we want to see that first native president, and simply in the American metrics, when you look at the demographics, the Native Americans are simply at the bottom of every single metric. So I certainly.
People would we get into these casual conversations over lunch or something like that, and people, they start talking about poverty, and I'm like, the poorest, tell me what you think is the poorest place on the planet, poorest community. And most of the time they quote Queens or someplace like that, and someplace off the West Coast, in LA or something like that. And I look at them and go, the poorest community on the planet is Pine Ridge Reservation. And it would, no, that can't be true. And then I'd start quoting statistics. And and give them the reference. Here's the website. Go to the website and take a look at this. This is the stats. It's just, I mean, we're forgotten. We're these reservations, a lot of these reservations, they are quite literally the poorest places in America. They have the highest.
Yeah.
I won't bore the room with all the stats, but you get the idea. And Alex, I love you dearly, man. But, let's be real. Would I love to see a native president? Sure would. But is it ever going to fucking happen? Not only no. I was amazed to see Obama get elected. I was amazed. This is never going to happen in my lifetime. And then it happened, and I'm like, the chances of a native president getting elected are like, I don't know, that make Obama's chances look like, winning a goddamn lottery. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah, Dr. Jane says Pup is right, and she went to med school in South Dakota. I I don't think the odds matter. The whole Luke Skywalker thing. Just use the Force. Let's do this stuff. Um, I know I went to the apartheid demonstration and 1 in 1,000, 999 times out of 1,000. These protests and demonstrations don't do anything. I just happened to go the one time that it succeeded. The Native American situation is so complicated and difficult. Like from my point of view, I can't use the regular methods. It's like starting from scratch. And if we want to regrow and rewild, if we want to get the rivers healthier and the ocean healthier, if we want to treat the animals better, if we want to do all these projects, none of them are happening without indigenous help, indigenous skills and knowledge. None of these, what we're gonna trust the people from the big cities and the corporations to help us. They have no track record, no skills. We're not going to get any of these environmental jobs, including the climate jobs. None of them are going to get done without indigenous help. So we find Pup and Red Cloud and Lawsuit on this platform, and we talk to them with respect and decency as our fellow humans. And it's not like it's a real joy to talk to Pup and Red Cloud. It's great joy and entertainment and insight in my life. It is not work or a struggle, but this is the only way I know how to go forward. And I trust we will meet many, many, many more very interesting and loving Native peoples moving forward. Go ahead, Pup.
Yeah. I have kind of a litmus test for when I would believe that we are going to cause a change as a global community, and what that litmus test is, and I'm going to try and I'm probably going to inadequately describe it, but natives tend to look at things holistically. It's where our belief systems that the rocks are our brothers and trees are our brothers, and the fish in the river are our sisters. When we have that whole and for Christ's sakes, we speak that way. When I see enough individuals encompassing that mindset of everything is my brother and sister, then I'll start to believe that maybe we've turned a corner. But until then, I mean, an example of that, like Oliver was saying earlier on, was, we've got all these environmental groups and climate activists, et cetera, but each one of them is focused on one particular little thing or one avenue, and it isn't a singular avenue. You can't rectify climate change by as a big picture, everything included 60,000 foot view kind of thing. And we just, the population of the earth isn't there. It just isn't there, and they're not thinking that way. And until they start thinking that way, and maybe even speaking that way, because that will creep into and that natives, the native community, I think that's what we bring to the table. Not that we have all these super duper technological, we've got the next design on the next nuclear reactor that's going to save the world thing, but it's more of how do we look at things as opposed to, let's singular out one thing, because that's a really, I'm sorry to say, and fuck you if you don't like it, but that's a really white Eastern European kind or Western European kind of way of looking at things. And you got to shit can that idea. You got to shit can that mental processes. Otherwise, you're going to continue to focus on one thing. And oh, by the way, as a footnote, that allows the very powerful corporations to divert you and prevent you from, because they'll, just look at cigarettes, look at oil, blah 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 blah. It's all this diversion tactics, and they're magicians, for Christ's sakes. Look at the left hand, because the right hand's doing all the magic shit. If you continue to look at things in a multifaceted problem, and people are educated to focus in on one thing. That's our school system, at least here in America. Focus on this, focus on that. You go to this class, you go to that class, and you got English in one space, and then 45 minutes later you're dipping your brain into calculus, and you're never taught to mix English and calculus together. That's what object-oriented programming is, by the by. Anyway, I'm on a fucking diatribe, and I'm boring the room, so I'll shut the fuck.
I traveled far and wide to many different times. What did you see there? I saw the saints with their toys. What did you see there? I saw our knowledge destroyed. I traveled far and wide to many different times. I traveled far and wide to prisons of the cross. What did you see there? The power and glory of sin. What did you see there? The blood of Christ on their skins. I traveled far and wide to many different times. saw the one-sided trials. What did you see there? I saw the tears as they cried. They had tears in their eyes, tears in their eyes, tears in their eyes, tears in their eyes.
And all the goals and the 1970s and 80s and where we thought we were going and what we were supposed to be doing. And the silent generation has very little influence now. The greatest generation is gone. It's a different philosophy. It's a different world, and I don't know why it's difficult to understand other people's traditions and ways and knowledge. I think it's one of the most fascinating things about this life is trying to understand other people's ways and knowledge. Um, well, Sky Kiss is here from Colorado on the other side of the Rockies. And we heard from a green Ukrainian, a green Canadian who was big on Ukraine earlier, PFI Ukraine. I don't know how Sky Kiss's day has been. I don't know what's new.
It's just starting.
Just
It's just
started.
starting.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Good
well,
morning.
I've been really under the weather, and yeah, I had a couple of really rough days, and then I was kind of taking it easy, doing small tasks that wouldn't really tire me out too much, but tasks none the same. Um, yeah, I moved here from New Orleans after Katrina, and um got to a very high elevation, which I very much like. I enjoy the climate here, basically, except it's been very strange, as I've said a number of times. Right now we're at 49% humidity and it's sunny. That's weird because this is a dry state. It's not uncommon to get 22% or 14% humidity. 49% is a lot. So anyway, and the nighttime skies have just been very disappointing because they've been so humid you can't see stars. Not, not if you're in the city. So usually you can, even in the city, you can look up and go, wow, but not the last couple of years. It's been very rare. One night so far, this cooler weather season, I've seen Orion and, a lot of familiar stars and constellations, etc. So, rocks. Well, I've always been very fascinated about rocks. My number two science is geology. I absolutely adore the entire science of geology. And, it kind of goes into atmospheric interest and then astronomy, of course. So it's sort of a layered thing itself. Um, the sky and the earth. And I wanted to say to Ollie, I've been talking to rocks since I think I was 15 or 16. Yeah, probably 16. Uh, and I started to do some drawings, and my drawings were pretty amazing once I got into college. And early 20s, my professors were just like, wow. I mean, they just dropped their jaws because I was drawing these rocks, and they just looked like, and they're portraits of rocks. And then they had a sculpture exhibition at the school gallery, visiting artist kind of thing. And uh, they were flabbergasted again because I drew exactly what I saw. It was very photographic. So, and these sculptures were like prehistoric bone type, and black and white, and lots of different textures and lines, and just amazing. I have photographs of the sculptures, and I have the drawings, of course. And anyway, yeah, one of them I gave to my drawing teacher. He just, he came and asked very nicely. He just loved it, and could he have it? And I gave it to him. So anyway, we had this sort of grok thing going on with the rocks is what's going on. And yeah, Ollie, this is quite the case. The different types of rocks. And
Oh yeah.
a friend of mine is a paleontologist, but geology is like the home of his degree with a specialization in paleontology. And so we talk about rocks, and I've been starting to send let's see, all my friends and family members and friends of family members and musicians and artists, they're all on Facebook. So occasionally, like, I don't know, 4 times a week, I'll dip into Facebook for a few minutes and I'll share something. And oh, the geology group has got a really nice photo of something that's really cool. And I'll send it to him and his wife. So, they can just go gaga over the rocks. But they are teaching their youngin, their little daughter, who's just absolutely precious. She's 3.5 now. They've been teaching her to climb rocks. So they're very active people. They ski, and they've been up several of the 14ers here. So, which I haven't, but I've met old people who tell me, oh yes, I went up, 9 of the 14ers here. So there are several mountain ranges that go that high. And so when we went up, one of my adopted aunts took me up into the Rocky Mountains, and we went to the, those ghost towns. She was just laughing at me because I was going gaga over some of the rocks. I'm not talking about the, the big ones, like the walls of rock that you go through in the highways here. But and it's really interesting. I mean, the sandstone here is crazy. And of course, you've got the Garden of the Gods, and if you don't know what that is, please look it up. It's amazing. So I visited that when I was 19. Came up here for 3 days, and then Garden of the Gods, we were there for 2 days. And that impacted my imagination so much that all the paintings that came out in my early 20s were just loads of canyons and, all this stuff that I had seen on my first trip to Colorado. So it was pretty amazing. And I didn't have any photographs. I was just, drawing all this from memory and imagination. So a lot of it was imaginary kind of things. I went through this like really spaced out thing. Spaced out. Yeah, I think I've had a, several and then I was doing all that. A lot of that, I was living in Georgia where there were a lot more rocks than in Louisiana. In Louisiana, if you walk around the park, you can find sea glass. There's not really sea glass, of course, and a lot of oyster shells. So they dredge oyster shells out of the Lake Pontchartrain. So you will find layers and layers of interesting things that have been dredged up from the Mississippi and the Lake Pontchartrain. And so the geology there, and some of you probably know about the salt geology, and of course all the oil and gas there. And so they look for salt domes. And I worked in the oil and gas industry, like when I was 19 and again when I was 33. So, excuse me, it's a big, so sorry, it's a big industry. I just took a drink of my tea and it went down the wrong way. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'd like to shout out to Puppy for joining us. It's very nice. And Sandra for co-hosting. Hello, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
All right. It is geology, the rocks of this earth, and the inorganic materials. Inorganic and organic, our minds, our thoughts, our feelings, our arts, our mysticism. This Euro colonization topic, I don't know what the complete fascination is. Okay, the English, the Spanish, they got in their little sailing boats, their military. They went around the world, claimed the lands for the queens, took all the goods, and they were extremely brutal to all the people they found everywhere. And why is it that little bit of quick history is global, is in all 8 billion people's lives today? Somehow that's part of the story, part of the mind, part of this existence. It's something in common, just everybody. Our colonial story, our colonial history. But here we are. And we face, several people have laid it out for us really well today, the future we might face, that zone around the equator might be completely torched, in one of those more worst case scenarios. The entire zone around the equator, around the whole earth, might be inhabitable. Andrea was talking about all the places in Asia that people will not be able to live. They just will not be able to live there. And we see that possible dystopian future. we've got that carrying capacity of about 600 million people on this planet without fossil fuels, without our current energy infrastructure. 200 million to 600 million are estimates, but somewhere in there, that many people could live without our modern energy infrastructure. We are trying to replace the fossil fuel side of that infrastructure. It's actually coming along well. I think 2025 solar panels will pass coal for creating the most global electricity. And we haven't gotten much into the old socio-political roadblocks, the hundreds of millions of people out there who don't want any part of this, don't want to participate, are just in the way. They're not going to vote for environmentalism. They're not going to march. They're not going to glue themselves to the sidewalk. Matter of fact, they want the neoliberal capitalism growth economy to continue on and to keep growing. There are hundreds of millions of people who have that vision of this life, to keep our current economic system growing and increasing and extracting at faster rates and volumes. There is a democratic process, and these nations, half the people in the world live in a democratic nation. If you keep those democracies going, I guess I'm a true believer in democracy. I don't think there's any science or knowledge there, or it's close to faith. I mean, I think democracy is our best government system, and I think we should just roll with it. And
Alex, could I pick up
Yeah.
on a few things that both
Go.
Pup and Sky Kiss was talking about? One is in terms of Sky Kiss, I mean, I think, one of our solutions is exactly how you described your childhood, was that you were out in nature, you were experiencing nature, you fell in love with nature. We have to be in it. We have to experience it. We have to see pictures of it. We have to see messages of it. We have to, that's one of the things that I really do like about Twitter. I wouldn't see any of those great images that I see or messages from people around the world if I wasn't on Twitter. And, they're so inspiring, and they make you, want to do more and want to find out more and want to learn more. And I think in terms of, helping Western culture and society learn about indigenous ways of knowing and the indigenous relationship to the land, a lot of that is education and awareness. People, they need to hear from people like Pup. We need to learn from those that have a relationship to the land. Also farmers that really know the land as well, and gardeners, people who are maybe passionate, like at the local neighborhood level. That I have a lady down the street that's taught me a lot about native pollinator plants, and we've got a local native pollinator garden going at the park, and she's great at making posters explaining these are the pollinator plants, and why we have to leave some dead wood and the leaves, and people have no idea. They have no idea. They're just using their leaf blowers and their chemicals, and they think that that's fine because it's just their little patch of lawn, and they want it to look a certain way. But I saw someone out, and it's also people of all different cultures here, right? Because I live in a fairly multicultural community, but the broader community is much more multicultural. But I saw I think a young young father out when I was on my walk this morning, and he was dutifully
using his leaf blower to make his driveway look like, as clean as his living room is. And, I had it on the tip of my tongue. I was going to say something, but then I held back because, you don't want to come across as rude. And then it's also like how to approach people and to get that conversation going about, let's leave a few of the leaves for the insects, at least around the garden. We don't need to have it that clean. It doesn't really look all that nice. Don't you want to see the color of the leaves on the ground? And it could be a bit messy, and the grass could be a little bit longer, but we have this compulsion almost to keep on doing it like it's the 1950s, and this is how our parents had the lawn, and that's how we have to have the lawn. But so I think people have to learn about that. And then I just wanted to, if people would indulge me, I'm reading a book called Braiding Sweetgrass by Robin Wall Kimmerer, and she's an ecologist, and she's also an Indigenous person. And she's writing about this subject, about our relationship to the land. And she writes, in old times, when people's lives were so directly tied to the land, it was easy to know the world as a gift. When fall came, the skies would darken with flocks of geese honking, "Here we are!" It reminds the people of the creation story, when the geese came to save Sky Woman. The people are hungry. Winter is coming. The geese fill the marshes with food. It is a gift, and the people receive it with thanksgiving, love, and respect. But when food does not come from a flock in the sky, when you don't feel warm feathers cool in your hand and know that life has been given for yours, when there is no gratitude in return, that food may not satisfy. It may leave the spirit hungry while the belly is full. Something is broken when food comes on a styrofoam tray wrapped in slippery plastic, a carcass of a being whose only chance at life was a cramped cage. That is not a gift of life. That is a theft. How in our modern world can we find our way to understand the earth as a gift again, to make our relations with the world sacred again? I know we cannot become hunter-gatherers. The living world could not bear our weight. But even in a market economy, can we behave as if the living world were a gift? And then she goes on to say that we should start listening to Wally, who's someone who knows about nature. I'll read it a little bit more. There are those who will try to sell the gifts, but as Wally says of sweetgrass for sale, don't buy it. Refusal to participate is a moral choice. Water is a gift for all, not meant to be bought and sold. Don't buy it. When food has been wrenched from the earth, depleting the soil and poisoning our relatives in the name of higher yields, don't buy it.
Well, that's getting close to the old soapbox. We get up on that soapbox and get started. I don't know what that phenomena is. Lots of interesting stuff. I do think that Pup is such a great example. He likes his platform. He likes, talking on a phone from his car or his house or wherever he is. And we all get to hear his thoughts. So that is a way where his platform actually works. A great example. With the neighbors and the leaves, I don't know. My neighbors, even my cousins, I've known them all my life. I can't talk to them. I don't know communication. How do we explain that leaves are organic materials, carbon-based life? that will break down and fertilize the ground, be compost, all a million things, shelter the pollinators in the winter. I don't know, the billion functional leaves on the ground. It is that white European mindset out of history, out of 100, 200,000 years ago, that needs to change. The time has come for some change. This is not the 1950s. And people perpetually have to adjust and change their situation. And the people with power have to adjust and change the situation. We can just keep trying. I am thinking of my own life growing up in New York City. I already, as a kid, was talking to people of all different kinds from all around the world. And growing up in New York City in the 1970s was already like social media. I was meeting every kind of person imaginable. All the variety we now get today on this platform. When you just look at this room alone, there are people from all over the place, all different kinds of people and cultures. So maybe for me, myself, it's not so different than my New York childhood. I think I'd really love it. The wide variety of people and minds and ways of thinking and religions and cultures and places, continents. Here we are. This is cool. This is a cool thing we've accomplished. Just getting together at all to have this chat, and that's a big step, a positive step, and a positive use of this technology. We're constantly talking about the really bad uses of this technology. You know, everything Elon and Trump and all of them do. We're constantly talking about the really bad use of that technology. Every single MAGA echo chamber out there, we talk about constantly. Well, this room right here, right now, is really impressive. This is great. We've done something. So, and with Ollie's philosophy, we'll keep doing it. We'll be right back next Saturday, even if there are only 3 people here. We will continue onward. But this is a great room with a wide variety of people, different generations, and everything. We will get back to Sky Kiss, and I don't know if she has some ideas about how we could improve things in our future. That's what we always work on, how to keep improving. Where can the group, where can we upgrade, Sky Kiss? What do you think?
Well, I'll have some thoughts on that, but I wanted to say something about what we in the Ukraine supporting community, and that includes some of us here, and probably most, and also NAFO, we are watching the results coming in from the country of Georgia. And myself and one of my good friends here, who's in NAFO, she and I are both from Georgia, the state. So, back in her youth, she's a little younger than I am. Back in her youth, there was an exchange program between the state of Georgia and the country of Georgia. So we were talking yesterday in a small group here that this young woman came up, and she is from Georgia, and she was in Georgia, and she was talking about the exchange program, and she had traveled to the state of Georgia in the US. So it was very interesting just to hear the dynamic of these 2 younger women. I think they're in their 40s, so that's younger than me. And so I wanted to also give an update on what is going on in the Ukraine community here in Spaces. We're not only watching what just happened in Moldova, which is this narrow strip between Romania and Ukraine, and very keen on building their democracy with their brethren states, countries next door to them who have had tortured histories with Russians. And, these are all people who want to be free and want democracy. So, speaking of democracy, all of that is going on too while we're fighting here in the US for ours. And so we underscored the word freedom this week. And so we decided that we would focus on that word and what it means, not only to our friends in Europe fighting for their freedom, but for everyone in the United States. And our friends in Canada have joined in, and they have also been lobbying for a just and free world, and here in the United States, in North America, in the Americas, and in Europe, and joining with our friends in Japan. Fighting for freedom differently. And right now, in the country of Georgia, they are, both sides are claiming victory. We're looking at the stats. There was Russian interference that was discovered in Moldova in their election. And it's absolutely got to be the case that the democracy won there. And their, I guess, their intelligence community found where all this money was coming from that was buying, I think, a couple of 100,000 somewhat votes in Moldova to shore up the Russian interest. And so the Russians were infiltrating and buying people's votes. And the people are not well off, and money's an issue. And we often joke in NAFO how easy it is to something like, oh, Pup probably knows this. It's amazing what money will buy in Russia. So we joke about it, but it's also the converse is true, that when they get money, and they've been getting money through very nefarious means. And of course, they want all the extraction industries that have been very healthy, so to speak, in Ukraine for, I don't know, over 100 years. And that's what the Russian economy is built on. It's not vodka. That's how they keep their people compliant. And they keep them drunk and compliant. But the extraction industries in Ukraine, and they're pretty massive. And the owner of this platform also has interests in Ukraine, falling to the Russians because of what it might get for him. And I won't speak any further on, except I think everybody's heard about some really nefarious things going on with him. So I'll end there. I mean, I could speak about it, but I
Yeah.
won't.
It's interesting about Georgia, the elections in Georgia, the sort of push and pull between the pro-West and the pro-Russian sides, and their hope of joining the EU, and then Moldova is inching towards joining the EU. And then you see the BRICS meeting where everybody's meeting with Putin, in the non-NATO nations, though Turkey seems to play both sides. the geopolitics is almost good for them to all get out there and play and fuss and push and pull and do diplomacy as opposed to warfare. Those lines of communication need to be open, how everybody plays their cards.
Right. I want to say just one thing to that. We are watching very closely what the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, what he says as he comes out of BRICS. He's on his way or he's there. But we were very, very upset that he was meeting with Putin again, and that he's meeting with the BRICS, at the BRICS summit there in Russia. So it's a loosely formed confederacy, sort of, of these authoritarian leaning countries. And, they're generally, like Russia, looking to exploit their people, exploit their resources, take all the money for the oligarchy, and the people go hungry. So, and North Korea is a prime example, as is China. They don't care about the human beings who toil every day at their jobs, on their farms, wherever they are. And some of them are in incredibly dire hunger and, just barely clinging to life, and they're worked to the bone. And, we were just thinking of something in Russia that happened. One of the most upsetting things that we saw were kids who had been promised good jobs, education by the Russians, and these kids were coming from different places in the Middle East and Africa, and they were put to work in drone factories, drones to kill Ukrainians. And some of them were, 14 or 15 years old. And it was just really heartbreaking, girls and boys. And then, of course, I think everybody knows about Russia importing people, not just from their Far East, but from other countries. And now they've got a good many North Koreans. And someone was telling us last night that the soldiers who are coming from North Korea are being exploited, and they're not importing single men. These are men with wives and children, families in North Korea, and they're being extorted by the fact that if they don't do what they're told, their families will be tortured or killed. So just to leave, I'm sorry to bring everybody down, but this is on the human rights watch.
Yeah.
I'm talking about us as a community watching the human rights that are just constantly being exploited. Human beings who could have good lives. They could have. And we were talking about this Voya Radio, which is what the phoenix that arose out of Maria report. And last night, speaking widely about the pillaging of resources that these authoritarians do and want to do, and these the tie-in here in the United States is absolutely incredible.
doesn't matter if we all die. Ambition in the back of a black car. In a high building there is so much to do. Going home time, a story on the radio. Something small falls out of your mouth and we laugh. There's something better. There's something better. Please help me with my mother. The fear takes hold. Breathing like the steps in the dark. Waiting for a death blow. Waiting for a death blow. Waiting for a death
Verbessern Sie täglich den Schutz Ihres Zahnfleisches mit Meridol.
Proplan, ausgewählt von außergewöhnlichen Haltern für ihre außergewöhnlichen Haustiere.
Them so that they can win and get this over sooner than later. I mean, nobody wants this over sooner than the Ukrainians themselves, because they're being bombed every single day. Kharkiv, where I forget the resources, but incredible resources in the Kharkiv Oblast, which is the one that runs along the border between Ukraine and Russia up in the northeast part of the country. And it's very rich in resources, and it's partly occupied by Russia. So, but it bombs itself, and it bombs all the civilians who are still living there in Kharkiv. So it's really a hard situation, and they're bombed day and night every day. And there are other parts that occasionally Odessa, my beloved, almost. I think I'm moving to Odessa. I have friends in Odessa now, so that's where I may end up moving when I'm in my 80s.
Yeah, I was talking about the East Village in New York. On Avenue A, there was a Odessa restaurant we would always go to.
Yeah.
Like
Well, there are a
literally,
lot of Ukrainian restaurants, Alex,
the whole
here and in
neighborhood was,
Canada.
the whole neighborhood where I went to high school was Ukrainian. East Village, where the punk rock started, I was talking about earlier, was a Polish Ukrainian neighborhood.
Well, their music scene, they've got a lot of, punk rock, metal, all kinds of music.
Right, but again,
it's not just the traditional.
I'm literally saying that where the Ramones and Blondie and the Talking Heads and Patti Smith were CBGBs was in a Polish Ukrainian neighborhood.
Oh, that's cool.
Punk rock literally is Ukrainian.
Well, I'm going to have to share this with my Ukrainian friends. Some of them probably know, and then my friend from
Texas. They know about New York City. That's their neighborhood. I went to high school there, and it's the way things are. But there was an Odessa restaurant right there we used to go to. They would give you a kielbasa with anything you ordered. You get a slice of kielbasa with your scrambled eggs, or with your grilled cheese sandwich, or whatever you ordered. That's what you would get.
Oh, that's really cool. Well, that's fun. Yeah. There are some Ukrainian restaurants in the Northeast and up into Canada, because the largest Ukrainian community in the world outside
Is
of
the audio
Ukraine
bad?
It's in Canada. So a lot of New York too.
Yeah, there's no doubt of that. And these wars and conflicts do not stop. They've been going our entire lifetimes, from Vietnam right through to today. It does not stop.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. Is that Sandra?
Okay.
I think that's Sandra. And there's just no answer. It is, you know, in the human rights work, in this life, there's no easy answer. I do want to say that Guterres, for human rights and environmentalism over his career, has just been outstanding. So him going to the BRICS meeting for whatever reason, I personally have to give him a free pass on that one. It doesn't look good him meeting with Putin, but I think Guterres has been one of the people of this decade, and he's been simply outstanding on the climate change, that's for sure. He shakes with fury when he describes the oil companies. I want to say hi to Wilson in the mighty state of Arizona there, where Biden was, and he apologized for the residential schools. He really apologized. I think often these sort of governmental apologies are sort of pathetic, but I did think Biden's apology yesterday was, he really, like a naughty child, he was really trying in his Catholic way to say he really apologized. He said it about 4 times, kind of loud. Arizona is critical in our election. It's neck and neck. And then the Hollywood, the Halloween figure, Carrie Lake, running for senator. You just can't have Carrie Lake being the senator. There's just too much.
Oh yeah, no, very interesting enough. Like, unfortunately, from doing the canvassing that I was doing and just like speaking to everyone around here, we've got this really weird phenomena going on where everybody's like, it looks like the state's gonna swing for Trump, but for some reason, everybody else, like everybody's also voting for Rubin. So it's really weird how it's like they'll vote for Trump and then they're gonna vote for Rubin. So, I mean, it's one of those things of like, to me, Arizona is a purple state, and I kind of like it that way, right? I still think that, of course, it just confuses the heck out of me, right? I still have like mental breakdowns because I can't understand why people would be voting for Trump like at all, right? I think their little catchphrase of all the economy and immigration is like total BS, because as the economists have shown this past week, Trump has no idea how to handle finances at all, and his plans for the economy are absolutely going to take the economy, right? What was it? It was like minus 8% GDP, just based on his idea of mass deportations alone. And really, like I've been having kind of like a rough morning this morning, so I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. And I'm gonna have to leave in a little bit, but like, I honestly, I have no idea who else to go to about this stuff. But like, one thing that's been driving me crazy has actually been the response to the hurricanes that have hit the Southeast in the United States here, right? I felt like it would be a very big conversation starter on climate change, and what it turned to me, what is so far from what I've seen, is it immediately turned into a big misinformation campaign. Everyone got confused about what to really just talk about, and before you know it, they're just doubling down, tripling down on their leader and repeating the things that he said. So instead of having a nice big conversation about climate change and what we should be doing in order to address that, we got conversations about freaking checks that people are supposed to get, and it became about like the money that wasn't being handed out and blah 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 blah, right? And it drove me nuts. I mean, it seriously for me, it's just like you guys really didn't stop to think about the cause and effect. You guys just had these two hurricanes, and everything's just supposed to be fine as long as the government hands out money. Like, where is your brains? You know, my whole thing is just like, what are you guys thinking? What are you thinking? You know, and it, like, for me, it's been driving me nuts because it's kind of come up like a little bit lately of just like the Harris's response to the hurricane. And like, I know it's full of misinformation that we've been talking about too, right? We've been discussing the Russians. um I understand that we're kind of at this weird point because it's like, how do we stop the Russian disinformation without without infringing on the rights of Americans' free speech? Okay, I understand this dilemma, but what I don't understand is our response, because our response should be, we shouldn't be having Russians interfering with our elections, especially where, which shows how vulnerable the American people are to attacks like that. When I'm hanging out on Twitter, I do go through like everybody's profiles, right? I click on stuff, right? I'll click on this announcement by Harris wins, right? And I'll click on the profiles of the people that are responding, and it's like bot profiles, right? They're like, oh, blah blah blah, Trump, and it turns out it's like definitely a bot profile, right? Are you sure you guys aren't Russian? All you people responding to this stuff with this BS, right? It seriously boggles my mind. It frustrates the heck out of me that we could have at least half the country so clueless to how dangerous Donald Trump is to democracy and still willing to vote for him. We have like charts and graphs about how ineffective his policies have been, the things that he's actually effective, right? And it seems like everyone's just obsessed with corporate profits, right? Because to me, that's the only people who really benefit, unless you're like racist or something like that, right? I think that's the only people that really benefit from a Trump presidency. So, it's crazy because we're coming up into the final weeks of this stuff, right? And it is seriously a toss up. But I still have like a lot of high hopes for Democrats. And the reason why I say that is because like I watch the numbers for all the things, all the rallies and everything that they're doing. I'm watching the numbers. I'm watching the viewership. And so far from what I've seen is that Democrats, Democratic media has much higher viewership than any of the Republican stuff that I've seen. But I also don't know because I'm not on Truth Social, and I know that's where they all hang out. But like really that's the end of that's the end of it for me. I just really wanted to get that out because I was a little bit frustrated with it this morning. But thank you guys, thank you so much, Alex. Like, happy birthday to the Climate Crisis Club. Like,
Yeah, we're still here, man. We haven't died yet. Still waving a flag, waving Sandy's ecology flag, getting the show on the road.
Real quick, Alex, to Wilson's point, what happens when the tragedies and climate is so huge and the dollar value becomes so big that the U.S. government can't afford the checks that they need to hand out?
I mean, seriously, like for me, what I always find myself saying and what I wish I could stop saying is like, you guys think it was bad this year, right? You're going to continue to ignore it, right? What's going to happen next year? Okay, if it's something that we obviously need to, to do something about ASAP, okay, right? But to these people, they're just going to ignore it, right? They're just gonna, oh, we're just gonna recover like the American people do, okay? And we're gonna go back to living life. But then what happens next year? Hurricane season hits next year. We're gonna have what, 3, 4, 5 hurricanes hit Florida? Like, come on.
Yeah. We did, as Pop says, what's gonna happen We can't pay for this stuff anymore. Right now, we still have the credit line for 1.7 Earths. Right now, we're using 1.7 Earths worth of supplies. We're way beyond any sustainable level. At some point, you crash. At some point, you can't keep this pace up. These are facts. We all know that. And I don't know. We will find out. Stay tuned. What's on your mind, Sky Giz?
Well, something about the our U.S. election, and numbers are looking very good. Beyonce was speaking in Houston at the rally. It was very lovely. I'm sure some of you saw, and it was great to see her mother and her sister, and no singing, but she spoke very passionately about her support for continued freedoms and democracy and women's rights and people's rights and indigenous peoples. And I wanted to say something about that a little bit because when Governor Walz becomes the vice president, his in his governorship, he has an indigenous woman as his right hand, as his second. And she will become the governor, and she will be the first indigenous governor. And it's just absolutely amazing that, when we look at what is occurring here, and we've got an African American Black woman who's the first woman who has, Hillary was the first woman to run, but she was white. And I voted for Hillary. I have to admit, I respect her. I'm older. I have a bit more moderation. And last night, my young friend Noah posted a picture, and he is very passionately just respects Hillary Clinton. He also has met with Vice President Harris and posts his pictures with. So he's one of our young Democrats who is running to help elect Democrats, and he's from Georgia, and he is just a doll. I've talked with him a few times in spaces, and oh goodness, I think it was week before last he actually showed up in one and spoke for like 3 minutes, and then he was gone. He's a very busy young man. And so here in the West, we do have some very big issues. I think some ballot boxes were set on fire. Not in Colorado. I forget if it's Nevada or Arizona, but Arizona's got some really big problems.
Yeah,
And, I
we
do have
had
other friends there, and they're reporting some very difficult things, Wilson. They are.
yeah,
And,
that was Arizona that had the ballot box set on fire. And
it's-
then we had that guy that they caught with hundreds of weapons who had like shot up
Pressler.
the
Yeah,
Democratic
that
office.
Pressler guy. Yeah. Are you talking about Pressler and Lancaster?
I you know what, I think so. They just
Does he have long hair?
they just caught him this
that
week.
guy, yes, that's him.
Yeah, that whole scheme in Lancaster, it was so bad. The signatures didn't match, ID didn't match. There were a lot of really it just looks like they did a really crappy job of their fraud. Let me put it that way. But yeah, I think that guy's going down for that.
Yeah, everywhere the fraud has been popping up has been largely Republicans. North Carolina. And I wanted to get back to North Carolina. Okay, because there was a report from a new person I followed just recently met him, and we were in a small democracy discussion last night, and he is from North Carolina. And we also had another guy pop up who is also in the Asheville area. And they were reporting that the arts community there has been just completely washed away. And it's so sad. I never got to see it. It's just so sad. And, you know, I have a friend who lost her home, and she posted photos, and it's just all bricks down, you know, down to the slab and a few little piles of bricks. Her home and studio was wiped out, and she's from New Orleans, moved away before Katrina. And then I have a couple that I was friends with. I took them to see Paul McCartney at the Superdome. Oh, that was fun. And we went to see Peter Max and talk to him in the French Quarter one night, big opening. Anyway, they moved, and the wife is like a painter and crafts person, just does it, you know, for her spirit. And the husband, Tom, is really beautifully crafty with metals, and he builds fountains like for restaurants and such. And I've seen them, you know, in person, and they're just really, really wonderful. So Tom and a partner build these things together. Well, anyway, Tom and Sherry, I found that Sherry's Facebook popped up a couple of years ago, and I go, oh, they moved to Asheville. So I'm really, really waiting. I haven't heard anything, but I did hear about this one artist, and I used to work for her when she had her studio in the French Quarter in New Orleans. When I think I was like 27, and she's a few years older. So now she's this mature artist who fortunately is okay and alive, but all of her supplies and her art and everything that was in the studio, that was her home, also gone. So they were saying that this is just horrendous. The arts community there is just devastated. The galleries, the studios, all washed away. So she's not the only person. So that's basically what I wanted to say about
Yeah.
North Carolina, and that's where my family was originally from. When they came from Scotland, they
Yeah.
settled in Asheville, and then they migrated down into Georgia. So that's my grandfather's people.
Yeah.
So the other thing about the election, and I know Alex, you and Dr. Mike have been holding these spaces during the week, and I've got them, and Dr. Mike sends me, you know, the link to the space pretty much every time. And you know, I have dipped in for a few minutes here and there. I try to listen to what's going on. We have this incredible, just this whole underpinning of negative angst that's running through the Republicans, and it's very it's rife with disinformation. And I'll just say that. I mean, Wilson already spoke to it, and thanks, Wilson. I'm glad you could pop up. That's it for me for now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sky Kiss. That beautiful state of North Carolina. I think I'm gonna end the space at the top of the hour. Go hang out with my son visiting from college, enjoys a nice day. And Dr. Mike will be back on Monday with his Blue Voters Cafe and Sandra. And he is absolutely obsessed with his blue politics. That's his thing. He had to go to his continuing education and last night he heard the rock band with the Four Eye Doctors. He said he's been hearing them for 40 years. So Dr. Mike will be right back at it on Monday. And I don't know, or I don't know what he'll be doing after the election. He's already talking 2026. I get along very well with him. I really trust him. I think he's a smart, honest, kind person. And Ohio is a real center of American politics. And he certainly is completely 100% obsessed. And he's become a climate ally, which is the name of the game, finding climate allies. I don't know if Warren is still here. Warren is still here if he wants to say a few words. Or is Warren still here? And we have Jennifer certainly is here. She will be holding her German climate space tomorrow on Sundays. And they are really good for sure. Jennifer, do you want to say hello?
Yes, I wanted to, congratulations to 100 spaces of the Climate Crisis Club. And it's great to be part of it. And thanks heaps. And yeah, we do. It was really nice to, I was able to listen the whole time, sometimes only with one ear. But I think there were great topics and also some that I see in the German community. Especially about getting better organized and to reach or to have more impact. And I hope we can do it. And I wish you luck to mobilize as much people as possible so that Trump get smashed away. So go vote. Thanks heaps.
Awesome. I see, Jennifer, that you have hosted 94 spaces. So you are well on your way. We have.
How do you get the statistics?
Oh,
I have no idea how many spaces I did.
I will send it to
especially
you,
not how
yeah.
many climate crisis Stammtische.
Yeah, spacesdashboard.com, one of my favorite websites where I look up everybody's statistics. Letitia how are you, Letitia?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. Yes, congrats for the 100. And I really was not able to listen to much other things going on, but I'm glad I can briefly say hi. I've been busy past months, but so good news. I've been munching data and getting back on the topic of natural time 365, natural time zones with NGO Ashad France. And I've been interviewed. There is a magazine, it's called Uzbek Enrika, that did a paper, and he kind of picked some of my points, even like summarized them well. And munching numbers, the topic of time zones has a lot of pieces, but trying to get the point across and numbers and getting connected with people that can maybe support and at least have a look. I mean, I've done run some numbers, and if some people can verify them, I would be happy. And but for example, for France, I've evaluated that their system of moving the time, and they have a double DST. They have 2 hours in advance of the sun. I've evaluated it emits 10 million tons CO2 more, and that's equivalent of about 5 million cars on the road. So I hope to get my point across, and with more people joining in France and all over the world. France is really in a bad shape, but everybody that has DST has the possibility of reducing carbon emissions by not doing DST anymore and going all year round to the natural time, we call. I mean, the one of the time zones defined by the Convention of Washington. Thanks for letting me giving this update, and have a good week, everybody. Yeah. Oh yeah. One thing also, it's appropriate tonight. So France and Europe is changing time, falling back. So it's a funny week because this is a week, 1 week. A New York Times magazine, I would call it a wrinkle in time. When it featured my mom about her action in 2015. So it's a moment where there's only 5 hour difference between New York and Paris, because Europe has changed, but the US haven't changed yet. So yeah, it's a weird moment. It happens twice a year, kind of. And people, when they have like global meetings, they must be scrambling a little. The best thing is to think in UTC, the military time, to set up your meetings. But yeah, some people might have to adjust their meetings if they want to meet across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you. The sleep is so critical. I don't know why that's such a difficult lesson for us all. And Oliver, you are still here. It's not too late.
I am.
Yeah. Not too late. Not like.
No, I just wanted to
Yeah.
touch base with people who've been, on the one hand, we've had the US election has been terrorizing people. That's the way I see it anyway, absolutely terrorizing them. On the other hand, there's this, the amok has been, seems to have been everywhere this week, absolutely everywhere. There's been, a huge amount of consternation about it. And I just wanted to touch base before we head off about people's feelings about the amok at the end of the week. We've had all the Ramskrom, was it? He's been doing, and various other people giving fairly bleak accounts of what is going to happen. And we've had our own Jim Mensa on Coffee House last night, much more upbeat really about the bulk water version being really the only thing that's going to smash, AMOC to a stop. But all of them are pretty much on the same sheet about the fact that it's going to slow it down. So how do people feel generally at the end of this week, and what are they going to do to stop this? That's a brief one, and you don't have to answer, but anybody can answer.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the election, the AMOC. It's kind of like the difference of going to a PG movie or a really violent R movie. They're both just movies, but somehow when you go to that really violent, Clockwork Orange kind of movie, it is terrifying and gut wrenching. They've turned the politics into that. It's not a polite affair anymore. It's terrorizing. And I was traumatized by the AMOC a couple of years ago. I don't know if I somehow made my peace with it. We just have to keep doing that new climate war program. Just as you always say, just keep marching one foot in front of the other. The day the AMOC strikes, if we're still here on this planet on that day when it's front page news, at least we'll be prepared for it. At least we'll know what it is.
Yes, indeed. And in fact, this is where art comes to the rescue rather spectacularly. Suddenly, the science steps in, and we have this version that it's only sudden releases, massive releases of water that will cause it to actually stop. And those will come from three different places, from the Arctic, or from an enormous glacial dump, all at the same time, or from a lake exploding and pouring fresh water straight into the path of it. And then you can turn to the Kim Stanley Robinson version, which is pure, writing, pure sci-fi, called Glacial Elevation Operations, which is when it's an idea that's around anyway, which is when you suck out water. It's just so enormously weird, and you actually suck the water out from under the glaciers and redeposit it on top where it freezes, and the glacier crunches down onto the bedrock and it slows it down enormously. Now that's just like art dictating, what could be done. And it's a great comfort, I think. So you wouldn't have that. You would lessen the risk of that massive bulk water flush, I think is the term that Jim used.
Well, the people are a light switch. They either are off or on. They either care or they don't care at all. But somebody has to prepare these plans in the halls of government, in the federal government. They know that plan with the ice and the water, So when the public suddenly decides, the group consensus is achieved that we got to do something about the AMOC or the glaciers or the CO2 or whatever it is, almost randomly, just one day they decide we got to do these things, it will happen. The politicians will be scrambling. I don't know why we should be terrorized by the AMOC. It hasn't happened yet. We have no clue. It sort of has to happen before we can react to it. If we're terrorized after it happens, we're terrorized.
I think you can comfort yourself, as you obviously have done. You've come to terms with it. It won't stop. It may slow down, but it will not stop unless there is this massive flush of water. I'm completely assured about this, and it doesn't mean to say I'm complacent about it. I'd love to go up there and down there, up there, down there, down there, and down is up is down, and pump out water and live in a cabin with huge quilty boots and things. But I'm not sure that's my job.
Well, they do seem very certain by the end of the century it will collapse. The circulation will collapse, and I don't see how anybody's going to stop that. It just seems inevitable. I don't think that necessarily means the downfall of civilization or something, but it is what we try to teach the children: risk assessment and preparation and being real on the options and what we can conceivably do and what we can't do. And the AMOC is just one thing. There's the rainforest and the glaciers, the CO2, the biodiversity to me is always the real wild card, because the nature can collapse in its entirety. The whole friggin' thing could just collapse like a deck of cards. And to me, that always seems like the most dangerous, the mass extinction event. But it is the feeling, the green feeling. So many of the indigenous people have an instinct, a relationship with the land, which is so similar to environmentalism when it's really felt, and not a kind of ivory tower academic style comprehension of information, but something that's really felt. And there we are. I don't know, other than this social media method of keep jamming it, Apparently Roger Halem will keep doing what he does. And
From
the
prison.
New York Times will keep publishing, and the BBC will keep going. We've seen in our lifetime quite a lot of change and social change and changes of values. Rock and roll is not rebellious anymore. It's right-wing mainstream. Aerosmith is the most favored band of Republicans. So here we are today, and they don't play Bing Crosby anymore. I don't know.
Which is a great loss, can I just say. I love Bing Crosby. I just wanted to pop up to say thank you, Alex, and to all of your club. And I first found out about you because, Alex, I think you and Oliver came to a long COVID advocacy space. So I was just going to say, I only started coming to spaces about a year ago or so. I'd been on Twitter to read primarily about where I could find good science. You have to dig, but I found it, especially around SARS-CoV-2, and also politics. But I'm just grateful to each and every one of you, particularly, Reverend Pup Tentacle and everything, all the learnings and sharings about Indigenous, the actual situation on the ground now. And it occurs to me, and I've been in and out, so I apologize if this was addressed, but it seems to me a solution would be to back the land and water keepers and back the Indigenous people who really are the guardians of our remaining wild, earth spaces. So I'm just reflecting on what people I can find locally and how I can get in there, not as a white person trying to do anything, but learn and make a relationship and be a resource that can be drawn upon. And I think you were talking about how do we find unity? And that it occurs to me, and I don't know if there are networks, but I see such brave, warriors and climate activists, Indigenous climate activists, I'm sorry to say, are being murdered all the time, which is very depressing. But so I'm saying, I personally I think everything that all of us does is good, but my thoughts are going in particular in that direction today. So anyway, thanks to all.
There are something like 230 land protectors that get murdered every year, particularly in Mexico, Central America, South America. It is a real
Honduras,
real global problem.
The one I always think of is Betha Caceres. She's a very high profile one. If you like, very sad story. Very sad.
It is a real.
Anyway, we have to grow. We have to grow the group. Talk to people. It's something that would take a lot of planning and a lot of structure, but it's worth doing, definitely. So that's my sixpence, as it were, about that. Not something to take lightly.
Yeah, I do think, Oliver, that once that our stupid election is done with, 2 weeks from now, I think this group and this club will really have a good revival. I think it'll be much more. I certainly will be much more in the swing of it, paying more attention again to the environmental news and stories and ideas. It is a little time consuming and all embracing our stupid election. Because Trump has to lose for environmentalism. It's the most important thing we can do. He had the CEO of Exxon in as his Secretary of State. It's like a fucking joke. That's the worst idea possible, to have the CEO of Exxon in the government. That's not doing anything environmental. That's nonsense. Make Bernard Looney your prime minister.
Oh, he looked like a bit of afternoon tea, didn't he? It's the difference.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
So
Oh well, I shall make the next 10 days. I shall look at. I should be looking around and seeing what's the possibilities are for annoying other activists and other groups to see if there's any interest, any nibbles or any bites. If there are, I shall report back, because it'll be worth.
Absolutely.
If there aren't, then I shall hustle them. I shall just hustle them.
But they just don't have spaces. Extinction Rebellion have one space.
Yes.
I don't know why they quit. They're just not there. They're not interested. Not their prong.
My approach would be slightly different.
Yeah. Well, I feel very much that we don't really have to do anything, actually. Just keep going with what we're doing. And they come to us now. We don't really have to reach out to them. I don't know. I'm followed by so many Extinction Rebellion people. I don't know who they are. It's all good.
Good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I don't know if Sky Kiss or Letitia are next. I
Yeah.
never keep track. Go ahead, Letitia. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say, well, the AMOC, it's been going on for years, and it's progressive and might be like some key moments where there are like thresholds that are passed. I haven't followed detail, but I'd say that the Earth is a big spaceship, so it's all connected. And one thing that you can do for decreasing the trends is to reduce the time forwarding, because that makes you sleep less, makes you consume more, emit more CO2. So you want to do something for the AMAC as for natural time 365. And unfortunately, I don't know that really how that we can already really is positive, right? Or some key people in those countries were putting forward that idea. So you can imagine that some countries might come up with the idea, oh, that's maybe a good idea that the AMAC collapses for us. So that would be really terrible. And so yeah, I mean, we are such a big group, and there are conflicting sometimes interests, and I don't know how. So it's important to distinguish, and hopefully this gets a little better. The whole information we are sharing, and it's important for our decisions. If we have flawed information, we're making bad decisions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. The entire science topic, and we'll just go on and on. And probably whenever that man Hoti's book comes out, we'll really get into it. People will read the book, and they do have a wide audience. There'll be a lot of people. Okay, Sky Kiss, let's finish this up.
Yeah. So I was thinking I will look this young fellow up. He's probably in college now. He was in high school here, and he's a young indigenous man, just very involved in local ecology and some in human rights for indigenous rights, but he's really addressed many topics that have to do with, water and just basically keeping what we have here, which is essentially we hardly ever get um, notices about air quality. And that's here. Denver probably has a lot more. But anyway, I'm going to look up this young man. I have been following him for years on Facebook, so I'm going to have to go over there and look for him and try to bring him into this group. It would be very good to have some younger Indigenous people in the group, especially if they are already ecologists. And I believe he has joined with the 350 organization, which a friend of mine from New Orleans, when she moved up here with her husband and two little kids, she got right into that, and she became the director for the local 350.org. So I was really proud of her. I got to meet with her 3 or 4 times, talk with her a good bit. And so I will try to bring some of our local people, which we have a lot here. We're also very blue, very deep blue. Um, Most people here are very involved in uh, everything having to do with ecology and, our presence on the land and our pressure on the land and the animals. And so we do a lot of pulling for the whole state. We're usually the first area in the state to do a lot of things like, I think they call it the walkable city. Um, and so what we've developed here, Denver and some other areas around the state and the West have been employing as well. So I'm going to plug into that, and then it was also jogging my memory about this eco arts festival we used to have, and it was very big on science. It was, all about ecology and the arts, music and dance and visual art. And that's where I went on the tour of NREL. And we had to stop at the gate and get, temporary ID patches, which they made for us right there, and then go in and see all this weather and measurements, and so it's like NREL and NOAA, and so I really it was a big deal for me, and it was really wonderful. They have this. It's a virtual Earth that's this big globe, lit globe, and they can go in and pinpoint an area on the Earth, and then all these stats come up on a big wall, a screen, one of these huge screens, and it will give you all the factoids about that country, um, resources, what's happening, pollution stats, just all kinds of ecology based and society based stats. So it was really exciting for me. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sky Kiss. I think that's it. I just feel like I totally run out of gas. Oliver, do you want to take us out of here?
No, I think you should.
Don't want to.
Well,
it's been amazing. 100 spaces to actually accomplish. It really is something. Didn't think it would happen, but we got here, and we will keep going. This is not the end. We will keep going, and I don't know. We will meet some really great people. That's what happens. Running into the Joels and Mikes of the world, the non-environmental people, the non-climate people, getting them involved and moving everything along. And for our indigenous friends, we will see you down the trail.